To me, like, okay, I want my elo back. No more of this 2060, 50, whatever I'm rated currently nonsense. How about that? Feeling better, actually. We'll see how much better, right? How are you? Okay. Let's see how well this guy knows the Sicilians. What Sicilian are we playing today? Pin variation. I don't know much about this one. I'm just going to be a coward. See, he doesn't have the typical weaknesses you have in a Sicilian that you can attack with the pawn pushes, so I'm not going to play as, how do I put this, enthusiastically. Cheese. Actually true. May have ordered another vinyl, but other than that, okay. What do you mean, other than that, you're okay? Isn't that a good thing? Vinyl equals win? Poor Nepo. But honestly, seeing Kukesh win, super hype. Super hype. You love to see it. So as bad, my wallet is going through stuff because of it. It's going through some things right now. It's going through a phase. Okay. I guess the problem is that it's hard to defend this pawn, huh? My wife left and she took the kids type B. I mean, that's definitely a way of putting it. I'm gonna go here and play like King H1. It might be stupid, but now I'll own 2/3 of the Paramore discography? That definitely sounds like a win. Yesterday was actually insanity. Are you talking about the candidates or talking about something else? I was watching the Fabi and Nepo game with my friends and we were yelling, oh, wait, that's screen of football? I'm telling you, man, the candidates this year. I think I actually might want to watch the World Chess Championships. Like, watch it, not just, you know, like, look at a, summary afterwards, but like actually interact with chess as a sport. I've also been looking a little into the downfall of IDubbbz's fasting situation. Actually super fascinating, you're right. Mouse slip. Bless my heart. Bad start. Oh. I let go a little early accidentally. I meant to take this. Because I was trying to calculate this, and I thought it was better for me. But I just mouse slipped and gave up a full bishop. Love that. Okay. I'm not feeding for the stream. This guy just told me I was feeding for the stream. Or asked me if I was feeding for the stream. Which, I mean... Hi, this guy. Let me take back the mouse slip. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. This almost works. Watched like 2-hour video on it, which I hated, but the guy made some good points. Oh yeah, no, that's a the whole iDubbbz' situation currently is fascinating to me because it's like I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Like, I'm not even sure what opinion I have, which is not that common of a thing for me. Usually, at least I know what I think. Okay. Let's think. I guess going knight c4, yeah. That'd be bishop pair versus knight pair. Do I want to engage with that? Not particularly. Can I do much about it? It's a very unclear position to me. Guess plans to go here and then take and then try to make this look like a weakness. It's like so nuanced, but not a darn it. Which is like everyone says there's a small thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what's so interesting about it. You know, iDubbbz was getting into streaming a while ago, and his viewership was so low that it was strangely cozy. Yeah, it's just... Because, like, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the narrative I see spun about it most often, but on the other hand, I don't really have a convincing other narrative that I'm like, okay, I believe this instead, you know? Which is not a situation I find myself in often. General Kenobi. To clarify, I hate the video because the guy making it assumed everything was done with malicious intent. See, that's the thing. You know me, I very infrequently read malice into things. Maybe even to a fault. But this is another situation that I'm not sure I read malice into. Because this might sound stupid, but if it were performative, then I feel like he would have given it up by now, given how terrible it's done for him. Unless it's performative in the sense that he wants to have the moral, like the ethical high ground. Which, I mean, okay, I guess I could see that, but... Where does this knight want to go? Here or here? Let's say here. So, like, it feels like if he were being performative, he would try to do stuff that people responded better to. You know what I mean? Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. I've been reading stuff about that, actually. Stuff that I don't agree with, but stuff nonetheless. I don't actually hate this position for me. I am threatening to take on d6, because while this looks like a scary pin, I can just take the rook. If he takes my rook, I can take his queen. And so... That's a rook up, so I can't do that. Interesting. Okay, where does this knight go? Either f2 or g3. My gut tells me f2. My pieces, I don't think they're poorly placed, but they're so strangely placed. Also, his personal growth happened right at the time when demonetization started hitting and stopped being viable for him to continue. Yeah, I can see how that'd be sus. Was at a lecture with the previous governor of the Central Bank of Norway on Saturday. Pretty interesting. Was mostly about our history with oil and stuff. Since he was in the financial department, a lot of stuff with the oil was done, if that makes sense. And because he just finished a book about that as well. I was able to ask him about how the central bank... One moment. I was able to ask him about how the central bank thought and what the situation was in March of 2020 as well, which was interesting to hear. Oh, I'm sure. It sounds fascinating. Really sweet old guy. We also play a game of chess. That's also cool. Chess, you know. Okay. I think I'd take ones for sure. And do I push? That's what my heart tells me. But if I push and he pushes, this pawn feels weak. So does this one. I'm actually going for this. This might be wrong. Might be wrong what I'm playing. You know, since last 2 years I've been working on an album, which I'm like 80% done with, and once it's wrapped, I'm going to take a break from music and start doing other things. Maybe try to get back into chess, because I've been having that itch of trying to study again. Interesting. Is this album in the similar style to Bit Build, or are you branching out and trying something new? I also absolutely hated how iDubbbz is characterized his audience as basement dwellers and racists. I'll continue that thought in just a second. You know, I recreated that type of audience, but you know, half his humor being slurs, young impressionable audience. Yeah, but isn't that the point? I mean, I could be reading this wrong, but from what I remember, his whole point of the change that he was making was that he didn't like the fact that he had cultivated that audience. And so he was trying to kind of, I don't know, fix his mistakes. It's kind of similar in how explores my electronic styles, but significantly more varied, and I think at least like 10 times better conceptually in execution. Interesting. Well, in that case, I'm looking forward to it. See, the problem is if I move this knight, then something like this might be a problem, so I have to think about that first. Do I actually not have a way around that? That's actually super annoying if true. Ooh. That might be very bad, actually. Do not have a comfortable solution. Do I go all the way down? Yeah, probably. And then like knight d3. The bishops are so strong. Like, in a way, I was talking with Anthony Padilla. I feel like he tries to remove his agency in the situation specifically by using the word attract. Ah, okay, I see your point. So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but your point is that he didn't attract that audience, he created that audience. And you don't appreciate the fact that using the word attract kind of makes it seem like he's trying to dodge the responsibility for that audience existing. That makes sense. I could see that. $16 tracks. Oh, that's pretty big. It's been getting more into as a result. had a central role in deciding how the money in the oil fund is supposed to be managed. Only using up to 3% of the expected gross profit of the fund. Also, the fund is only supposed to pay for the deficit in the state budget and not go directly in the budget to stop the Holland sickness. Fund is going to increase indefinitely, in theory at least. Okay, that makes sense. Definitely tried some people for the most part. He did create his audience, and that's just kind of dodging the responsibility. I see your point. I see your point. Do commands work? I believe so. Let's try him out. This is winning for black? Oh, you think? Again, there's still some chess to be played. It's winning, but it's not the most trivial. Is it join or is it join queue? Exclaim join. Come on, fellas, just let me cook. I should have played f4 there. I still would have been losing, but f4 I think at least complicates things more than this. This is probably wrong. Although I doubt there's a right in this position, so. It's an interesting choice. Okay, 1 second. I only have 30 seconds on the clock, so I can't pay as much attention to chat. Oh, that's annoying. Ugh. That's smart. It's a smart way of going about it. Yeah, for sure. He saw it, guys. It's over. He saw my goofy, silly little trick. Well, you can't blame a guy for trying. I'll rematch you once. Normally I don't rematch on stream, but... Well, he can play the young card, but he can't play the young card in the sense that he can say, oh, I was young, so I didn't do anything wrong. He can play the young card in the case of, oh, I was young and stupid, I shouldn't have done that. Still, you can say you were young and stupid and still be taking responsibility for your actions. Hello, Sumner. So, I think he can play the young card in the sense of saying, oh yeah, that was dumb. I said, hello, Gone. But in that case, it's not a card. It's just a way of expressing what happened. So, I mean... How's chess? Well, I lost the first game. But my opponent's really polite, so I'm rematching him. And so we'll see how the second game goes. My opponent was a very good sport, so... Interesting. So the problem here, I suppose, is knight d6, right? I don't think it's knight d6 is that bad. Am I delusional? Yes. Next question. That's a very strong knight, yeah, but I think I can undermine it pretty easily. Yeah, he can take my bishop if he wants, but I think I've fixed a lot of my problems. Ooh, if I take, he takes the bishop. No, but then I take with rook and I'm attacking this. Takes with knight. Oh, no, the knight guards it. No, but then I push. And then he takes, then I take, and then he moves the bishop back, and he's up a piece. Okay, yeah, I see. So, I can't take that yet. I cannot take it yet. Give me a second. How do I move my knight? Well, see, that's the problem. Is... and from what I've seen on the political spheres of the internet in general, you have this group of people who are just really not excellent. This, like, subset of people. And so, for some reason, I'm not sure I understand why, if I'm being honest. A lot of people still support them. And so, if we're doing guilty by association, basically you can't call anyone innocent. That's what's so weird about it. I don't understand it. I don't know. Any thoughts? I think it's hype. I'm so happy Gukesh won. I was really hoping Gukesh would win. I was cheering for him. Hello, Callum. Again, this is just so close to working, but just doesn't. What are we talking about? Politics on the internet and iDubbbz. So, per usual, only non-controversial topics that I definitely won't get into any trouble for talking about. Also, Gukesh. I really do not appreciate Vosh. And so that's kind of the weird part, is if you judge people based off their connection to characters like Vosh, then everyone's guilty. Well, not everyone, but like such a large majority of people. So it's weird because like at some point, can you judge people off their connection to people who are terrible? It's one of the 3 Indian players in the candidates, right? Yes. And he's also young. He's 17. That's what's so cool. That's part of what's so cool about it. There's a lot of things that are cool about it, but part of it is the fact that he's as young as he is. Or at least for me, part of it. He wants that. I don't particularly want to give it to him. Now we're talking. Why didn't he let me get away with this? He really shouldn't have. How did I get away with this? Oh wait, did I have B6 check? No, I did. There's there are many things that Vosh has done that I disagree with. A lot of them I really don't want to talk about. Just because I don't like talking about things like that on my channel. They're just a little too strong. Yeah, I know, it's super cool. That's what I'm telling you. Gukesh winning is so hype. It happened like 2 weeks ago, Gun. Maybe a little longer than that. It was bad. Oh gosh. Expo, why are you hitting all the worst topics on the internet? Wait, the 17-year-old won? Yeah, that's my point. That's what's so cool about it. Gukesh won. He didn't participate. He didn't do okay. My man's won. The candidates. Come on. Oh, I thought you were talking about the recent stuff. Oh, I thought you were talking about the recent stuff. Explore. No, it's... I mean, I can link you a video full of the reasons I don't like Vosh if you'd like. Bobby fumbled so bad in the last round? Oh, yeah. For sure. Okay, give me a second. Let me find this. Let me find this video. Nice. I'm just gonna whisper it to you because I don't feel like posting it publicly. Yeah, no, I don't. Everything I've seen about him really contradicts that narrative. Being 17, going to a world championship match is crazy. I'm telling you, man, that's what's so cool about it. A 17. I mean, that's just. I said before that I wanted one of the younger Indian players going into it to win because India has been such an up-and-coming force. Also, thank you, Zenith, Matu, and John for the follow. I can't believe I skipped all your follow notifications. I'm so sorry. Bad streamer. Anyway, India's been such a rising star in the chess community in the sense that so many strong young players are coming from India that it's just fitting, you know? In my mind. Yeah. So cool. Okay, we're trying something different this time, boys. New plan. I like something like this. I think it's bad. It doesn't look bad. This pawn looks somewhat difficult to defend. He absolutely should be proud. That's an amazing accomplishment. It really is. It's hard to overstate how cool that is. Hello, Void. It's legitimately difficult to overstate how cool that is. H3 was probably bad. Rated? Yes. Yeah, I think H3 was bad earlier on. I should have played F3 instead of H3. I just had some misplaced ambitions of playing F4, but they were wrong, and so now I'm paying for them. But okay. We survive. Oh, that's an interesting move. Mr. Shoesman, I'm happy to hear it. I'm going to... So, I wanted to play B4. Maybe B4 is a little optimistic. But I thought if I could get away with it, it was really good. And now Bishop G5. This was my plan. Whether or not it's a good plan, I will leave up to audience interpretation. Now, given that I completely missed that move, I'm guessing it was not a good plan. Unfortunately. But I mean, to be fair, I always have this sacrifice. I don't think this sacrifice is good, but I'm going for it because I'm kind of desperate. Would you consider any political YouTuber chill? I haven't found one yet. Generally, I think YouTube is not mature enough of a platform to have good political content. Plus, I think it has the same problem that like news media has, where it incentivizes like a certain degree of inflammation that I'm not sure is productive. Isn't C3 too weak? That's why I'm not convinced by this. But I don't think I have better. C3 is very weak. Which is why I'm not in love with it, but... You know. I have one with worse sacrifices. I think I take first and then I go knight d5. That's my plan. Alirez was such a disappointment. Yeah, he performed... I mean, honestly, a lot of people there performed worse than expected. It was such an interesting tournament from that perspective. There was so much, like... not weird turn of events, but just unexpected turn of events. Made it good for spectators, though. Okay, so what do I have for the exchange? I have a pawn. Is the pawn any good? Eh. Okay, I have two pawns if I want, but first I'm going to secure this. This I can probably take at some point. Gukesh won. Gukesh Ding predict who will win? My mind tells me Ding, but my heart tells me Gukesh. Take of that what you will. Make of that what you will. I expect bishop e5, or at least that's what I thought I expected. I'm not actually sure what I expect. This is a very interesting position. I don't think I have full compensation, but I think that I can bluff having full compensation. Ooh. Can he do that? It's interesting. Didn't expect that one. I saw it as an option, but I didn't think it was good, so low-key, I kind of just dismissed it. Oh, I'm so dumb. I meant to go to... Never mind. Maybe I'm just... Man, I just can't play a good game of chess today, can I? Can't catch a break. Okay, well, no. We're gonna win. We're gonna win anyway. I don't care. Oops. Yeah, I hit him with the oopsie whoopsie poopsie. You know, the classic. The classic. So it's just a full rook at this point. Sheesh. You want bishop g5, I guess? Yeah. Unironically evil is sure is a title? Well, you know. It's your choice whether you agree with it or not. I think the title's a bit inflammatory, but that's YouTube for you. You get scam calls from Macedonia too? I don't think I've gotten a single scam call since moving here. They're just... How do I put this? There isn't a market for it in a weird way. It's funny. I remember last time I went to the States, I got a SIM card for there, just got a phone number while I was there because I was staying for like a month. And I got so many scam texts and calls. It was insane. Because I'd never really experienced having a phone in the States, and it's just... Is World Champion Chess right now as good as the past times? No, because Magnus isn't playing. I feel like that's kind of almost a cop-out answer, but like... I feel like it's the truth. 2200 at heart? Shh! Don't crash. Don't break my dreams. Don't shatter my dreams. Let a boy dream. Interesting. Gotta learn Macedonian. I don't want to say there's not enough money here for scammers, but it's just not profitable enough of a market because, you know, in the US, like... Now I'd like to see Kukas versus Magnus. This guy is spitting. Is it ruined because Ding became one? No. Ruined is a far too strong of a word. Like I said, it's just unfortunate that Magnus isn't playing. Ding didn't ruin it. And like I said a million times, it's not Ding's fault. I absolutely and fully 100% blame FIDE. How stupid is it to take this and try to push my pawns? Probably very, yeah. It's hard. I find it very difficult to count him as a champion. Because if we define champion as strongest chess player in the world during their reign, then he's just not. He's just not. There's no real argument for Ding being the strongest chess player in the world right now. He's very strong. He's top 10, top 5, maybe top 2 depending on your perspective, but he's not the strongest. I'm confident Ding would even tell you that. Again, he's just not the strongest chess player on the planet right now. I have to try. If I had to pick someone I wanted to win, it would have been Fabi. I would say Gukesh is who I was rooting for, but Fabi is who I wanted to win, which might sound stupid because it is, but I felt like Fabi was the second strongest chess player in the world right now, And so from that perspective, I want him to win because I feel like if Magnus doesn't have the title, he deserves it. If that makes sense. But I wanted Gukesh to win from like a story perspective because I think it's such a meaningful thing from the perspective of Indian chess rising. GG's. Okay, wait. Now we'll start playing against actual viewers. See? Look at that, bro, Isabella. It worked. Frog is who I wanted to win. I could respect that. You get scam calls from Indians when you were in the USA or no nationality in general? Well, I didn't answer the calls. If I didn't know the number, I didn't answer the call. So I have no idea what nationality the scammers were from. Because I never like interacted with them. What's your name on chess.com, Isabella? If you don't mind my asking. Oh wait, how'd you fix it? I told you, it was just messed up because I like spammed a bunch of buttons when I shouldn't have and got it all messed up. Like I accidentally kicked someone out of the queue, but I did it wrong, and so they ended up being like shadow in the queue. It was a whole mess. It was absolutely my fault. Okay, I'll send you a challenge. The boss was a victim in general. I mean, everyone knew that going into it. Nindo, thank you very much so much for the follow. Yeah, but I don't count forfeit titles as a title for the person who got the title to do a forfeit of it. See, the problem there, the counter argument is Karpov. Karpov technically got his title from Fischer refusing to show up. However, I think Karpov really earned his cape. You know? I find it very difficult to call Karpov not one of the world champions. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying. Like, do you ever brag about the ability to play chess? Of course not. There's always a bigger fish. The moment I brag about my ability to play chess, an international master will show up and I'll get slaughtered. You don't. No. Trust me on this one. Honestly, playing the ready but going into open Sicilian is so based. How do you learn that? I don't learn it. I have not spent any time learning it. I really should have, but I just enjoy the positions. So I just play them. Even though it's really terrible. And I often get bad positions on the opening because I haven't studied it enough. Karpov is one of the strongest world champions ever. That's kind of my point. Nakamura's a negatives, losing to Vidit 2 times. Vidit's incredibly strong. There's so many strong players. Yeah, but Karpov is like, I think I have Karpov at either number 3 or number 4 best player of all time. I have a very high opinion of Karpov. I think he's underrated. But either way, even if you don't share my high opinion of Karpov, like, he's still insane. Because it's pretty universally thought that Kasparov is the best player of all time, right? And so if you think about it from that perspective, Karpov made for a convincing rival to the best chess player of all time. You know what I mean? Like, they were like neck and neck for like years. That's a pretty good thing. Karpov, Kasparov, Tal, Fischer, and Magnus. That's a really high placement for Tal. Can you compare Karpov and Naroditsky? I mean, maybe, but in what capacity? Because they have very different styles of play. Now, I'm sure that's not what you mean, but... It's a very high placement of Mikhail Tal. I struggle to justify that. Because Tal got like 1 title ever, and then never got a title again. And so I struggle with Tal that high. Not from personal opinion? I suppose. That makes sense. Fair enough. Like, who would win in 20 games? You're saying peak Karpov versus peak Naroditsky. What time control? If we're talking classical, I think it's pretty... I think Karpov clears. Daniil's insane. But... this is true. If Blitz, I think Danya. I would take that Danya and Blitz. I would take Danya and Blitz or faster. And I would say Karpov in classical. And in rapid, I would say it's a toss-up. Yeah, anyone looks like a 300 bullet versus Danya. Danya's one of like 3 people on the planet who can play bullet. I talk about bullet not being chess. That's true for most people. Danya is one of the people who that's not true for. It's like Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Danya, and Penguin GM, whose name I can't remember. Those are like the 5 people on the planet who can actually play bullet. Everyone else just moves pieces fast. Now, objective wars: Magnus, Kasparov, Fischer, Karpov, Capablanca, Botvinnik, Lasker. Capablanca that high is woo. That's a high how is that objective? What's your objective metric then, Mr. Objective? And how is Capablanca that high objective? Capablanca is very, very strong. But number 5? Capablanca top 10? I could see with that. I could shake with Capablanca being top 10. Hey, putting Fischer that high? I put Karpov above Fischer. Mine is Magnus, Kasparov, Karpov, Fischer. Actually, do I have Karpov above Fischer? I can't remember. It's flip-flops. I can't make up my mind on that one. There's no argument about putting Fischer below top... what is that? What would that be? There's no convincing argument for putting Fischer below top 4. He's top 4 for sure. The top 4 are basically set in stone. There's a very little argument for top 4. That he wasn't the most players at the time, but he kind of wasn't though. He was better at attacking, but not better at everything. If you look at the games of Mikhail Tal, it's not. It obviously wasn't bad, but he was only champion once, and it wasn't like he was super close every other time. He was champion once and then never again. It's not like Fischer where he was champion once, but he won 22 games in a row, sort of thing. Again, I disagree with Tal that high. I don't think there's good evidence behind that. In their primes, of course. Relative to the people around them, right? Tal got fun games at least? In their primes. Yeah, in their primes. Tal number 8? Okay, that I can shake. Now that's a more reasonable place. Number 3 is high, but if we go number 8, I'm much more willing to stomach that. Again, top 4, it's super hard to argue for anyone else in the top 4 other than the set top 4. Yeah, that's what I mean. Because engine prep and theory and all that, it's not quite a fair fight. The top 4 is set in stone, so you just have to decide first off your order of the top 4. Basically, the top 2 are set, it's you flip them, and then the number 3 and 4 is set and you flip them, kind of idea, right? Because if we want to go by that logic, Callum, then I think Morphe should be up there. No. If we're going there, if they're going there, then Morphe should be higher than Tal regardless. Everything Tal did, Morphe did better. That's my hot take of the day. Morphe number 6. I have it number 5. I could shake. Morphe lost to F3. What do you? I'm sure there's a random Blitz game where Tal lost to 1 F3. Because Tal played a lot of Blitz. Which doesn't surprise anyone. Yeah, no. The problem with putting Tal high up is if you put him above Morphe, then it's really you have to really say some stuff to get to get Morphe below tall. I'm sure there is an argument that exists that could give me a reason to put Morphe below tall, but I don't know of it. I don't know it if there is one. Well, the usual standard that I've seen that I like working with as well, because I like it as a standard, is how strong they were relative to their contemporaries, right? So like how dominant they were, pretty much. Karpov, Kasparov, Fischer, Magnus. Yeah, and let's pick your order, right? I think, I mean, I wouldn't put Fischer above Kasparov, but I could understand why one would. I haven't watched Kasparov's games enough. I'm like I have Fischer going off my knowledge. Fair enough. The thing about Kasparov was he was dominant for a long time. What was it, like 18 years or something? Maybe that's a little. Maybe it was a little shorter than 18 years. But for like an insanely long period of time, it wasn't close. You know, Karpov was the only one who was close to Kasparov during his prime, and even then, Kasparov was convincingly better. So that's the thing. That's why everyone puts Kasparov so high. 1985 to 2002. So I was right. That is 18 years, right? No, it's 17. Okay, 17 years. I said 18. I was close. That's what makes it so difficult. Is Kasparov was like insanely dominant. Like crazy dominant. Like he did not lose tournaments. It was like unprecedented. And so that's why everyone puts Kasparov as high as they do, because it's like no one's done this since Kasparov. To my understanding. That's why Kasparov Fischer is always such an argument. Is because the argument is like, okay, do you value the sheer winning every game, or do you value the dominance over a long period of time? Right? And that's basically decides if you think it's Kasparov or Fischer. Because Kasparov just stayed winning, you know? he just for an obscenely long period of time. But Fischer was just like insanely brilliant. Right? Now, in my opinion, I would say Magnus above them both, because I would say Magnus in his time has been as dominant, if not more so, than Kasparov, but that might be recency bias. Magnus is just such a precise player. That's the thing. Magnus just doesn't make mistakes. It's hard to argue for... See, that's the thing. Fabi is hard because it's like... It's pretty non-controversial to say that if Carlsen didn't exist, Fabi will be world champion. It's pretty... I'm pretty confident in saying that. Just, he's crazy, man. Fabi's another one of those players that's like crazy in their way, just how strong of a chess player they're. Fabi's the closest one to matching Fischer's 9 out of 9 or 7 out of 7 wins No, 9 out of 9 at the U.S. Chess Championships. Bobby got 7 out of 7 and then drew the last 2 for a win. Insanely dominant performance. Yeah, that's like Fabi's big thing. I think it was 2016. If memory serves, it was 2016. Or Fabi just blew up the competition. It's one of the better tournament runs ever. Let me Google this real quick to make sure. No, it was earlier than that. It might have been 2012 or 2014. Was it 2014? No, it wasn't 2014. Where was it? It was 2014. No, I'm right. No, wait. Was it? I don't remember. Had 2 arms left but couldn't stay. Yeah, it's rough, man. I don't blame you. Seinfeld cut. Thank you. Okay, let's analyze this game real quick. It's crazy. Fabi's so strong. I mean, it says a lot about Fabi as a chess player that Magnus almost didn't try to beat him in Classical. He was just like, forget this. We're going to Rapid. You know, that says a lot. C4, bishop f5. Okay. So, normally, for most people, I don't recommend knight c6 here. Not because it's a blunder or even a bad move per se. It's just these positions are more complicated than their comparative positions after knight f6. Was it a Catalan? No, this was a so technically this is a Chigorin, but this is already a mistake. Which is why I don't recommend this. Is because you have to either play e6 or play bishop g4, and both positions get a little uncomfortable. Well, you know, that's the thing about chess. It's difficult to say should've, because there's no should've in chess. You either do or you don't, because there's no, like, luck or anything. So, which is very normal. Why is bishop f5 bad? Simple. Cx d5, knight c3. And I get all of the space. First off, I just want a piece here. So you have to go knight b8. And if you go knight b8, I go e4. I get everything. Huge positional advantage. I got space, I got development. I got the center. I got open lines to the king. Yeah, a ton of tempi. An obscene amount of tempi. I got everything a chess player could ask for. It's calling this plus 3.5, almost plus 4. Just because of how dominant the position is. Very, very bad. So, in this position, you can't let me get a pawn on d5, pretty much. So, playing this here is bad for the same reason. Playing this is bad. Playing bishop here is bad. You have to either play e6 or you have to play bishop g4, which are both very weird. Bishop g4 is weird because you let me take and then you take the knight. That's the point, right? Because now, when I play... If I d6, d takes is incorrect, but for the sake of argument, I play d takes, you play queen takes, and so now knight here isn't as big a threat because you have queen takes d4, right? My knight is no longer guarding the pawn. This is not a standard Catalan. I play a weird way into the Catalan. Usually you play into the Catalan versus normal Queen's Gambit. I play into it via the ready, which avoids some lines but makes some other lines worse. It makes me a bit more inflexible against some openings, more flexible against others. It's give and take. So, in general, I would just say you develop the F knight first because you often want to move the C pawn. C6, C5, something along those lines. What's the disadvantage of the ready? Well, for one, after a move like C5, you either have to go into a Sicilian or you have to go into an English, which if you don't like either one of those, then you're kind of out to lunch. Another thing is after f5, you don't have some of the more popular lines against the Dutch. So a lot of modern and best ways of playing against the Dutch delay knight f3 and play g3, bishop g2 first. So if you get hit with f5 against knight f3, you end up getting not a bad line, but not the preferred line against the Dutch. So for some players, the Dutch is a problem, in which case knight f3 makes things worse. Additionally, yeah, I don't like the English though, so I don't play into it. So that's not a loss for me, because I'd rather play into the Sicilian. What's your FIDE rating? Oh, right now it's only like, I think I'm like 1700 classical, 1800 rapid. I'm a bit underrated, but what you gonna do? So that's one. Another is, I feel like, I might be wrong, but I feel like playing the ready makes you not be able to handle the Queen's Indian as well. The immediate knight f3 here is less flexible against the Queen's Indian, which is mildly annoying. So like e6, like e6, b6. Because this knight being on f3 is not necessary. Hey, thank you so much on them for the gifted sub. Thank you, Gold. Again, there aren't that many classical tournaments I can play in, especially since I started college and have gotten really busy. So my chess has developed faster than my elo can catch up with it. So you're also a bit less flexible against the Queen's Indian, for example, which makes it a better response that is not easier for black, but that black can do a bit better at than they normally can. And I think there's another one I'm forgetting. What do you study? Economics. Yeah, I think those are the main weaknesses. Is slightly worse against the Dutch. Different choices. You can be forced into either an English or Sicilian. Symmetrical English or Sicilian, I should say. And it's not as good against the Queen's Indian. Now, those aren't a problem for me, because c5, I don't care. I'll play the Sicilian. I love playing the Sicilian. I'd rather play the Sicilian. So that's not a weakness. There's the King's Indian attack. Yeah, but the King's Indian attack is not that what is the word I'm looking for? Not that challenging for black. Black gets a very reasonable position early in the King's Indian attack. It's a good backup weapon. It's not bad, but it's just, when do you think chess will start losing popularity? I don't know. It hasn't yet. I think if Fischer Random starts to catch on, it won't for a very long time. But if it doesn't, it might get less popular. I think a lot of it's on Fischer Random. So like so against c5, I don't care. I play e4. For f5, I'm totally okay playing these knight f3 lines. Doesn't bother me at all. I'm okay with that. I enjoy those lines, and I also like having d3 e4, which is a unique thing that you get in the ready, which is like a weird gambit line that transposes into some other openings that really you don't think you should be transposing into. Like, one of my favorite things here is, like, the most boring way what black can play in this position is like knight c6. Then after d4, e5, a completely reasonable move is you could play d4 here, and you end up transposing into, get this, a symmetrical Vienna gambit. This is a Vienna gambit with the colors swapped. And so somehow we got from the ready and the Dutch to a Vienna with colors swapped. What? What the? How did we get here? So now, given this position is not that strong for either color, it's pretty equal. But it's not bad. And I'm gonna get, there's a pretty good chance that Dutch players don't know this. Profile Axis, thanks so much for the follow. Good name. Also, thank you, Xmate Oz. So, like, the ready, just in general, gives you a lot of odd chances to transpose into openings. There's just a lot of weird things you end up getting into. And so, usually as a d4 player, you don't need to learn Sicilian theory. But if you're playing knight f3 against c5, unless you want to deal with the symmetrical English, you have to know Sicilian theory, right? Now, you can play the symmetrical English. It's totally an option, but I hate the symmetrical English, so no thank you. Knight f3, f5 is something I often face, but things like d5, f5 systems are hard for me to deal with. You know, the d5, f5 systems, those give me trouble as well. Because this is a interesting way of playing. Because they can transpose into a stone wall, right? And the delayed f5 here gets you, guaranteed gets black into a stone wall. Which is a little annoying, so you have to know how to play against the stone wall. Knight f3, f5, d3. Okay, hold on a second. Knight f3, f5, d3. So would you say has a problem? So d5 here? d5 here isn't good. Hold on a second. What gives you trouble here? Knight c3, d6, and knight f6 are the moves, if I remember correctly. I'm still learning this position myself. Enigma, 99. Thank you so much for the follow. Now go d5, knight d7, e5. Okay, d5. We can play c4. We can play d4. I would play bishop f4. Okay, knight d7. I would go bishop f4 to not allow e5. Because I don't think you should allow e5, no matter what. Even if you don't go bishop f4, you should be going like d4 and transpose into a stone wall. But like a stone wall where you haven't played e4 yet. But I would really rather go like bishop f4 and then like g3 and transpose into a weird King's Indian attack. Because here's the thing. This f5, d5 structure is just a little bit suspicious. Just a smidge. And so, or even probably c4 is also a reasonable response here. Not sure if this is any good, but looks reasonable. I mean, this starts to get a little experimental. You probably get a little bit too much. There's some weird stuff you can do here. Again, go in here with an engine and like chess.com's tool that shows what moves are played in a position at top level and just online in general, and you'll find some weird stuff. Like c4 here, such a bizarre move. This move order allows weird things basically no matter what black does. Like e4 probably isn't even like that stupid. It's not good, but it's less stupid than it looks. I wouldn't be comfortable with white here. I'm not comfortable with white. I'm not comfortable with anything. Also d6, e5. Okay, well, d6, you play e4. You have not stopped your plan. And e5, you go knight c3. And now this is kind of bizarre because this isn't a normal Dutch. The closest thing you can get is play like g6 and get a Leningrad, which is probably what I would do. But even then, this is not normal Dutch stuff. This is decidedly different. I'm not sure I like black here, as someone who plays the Dutch. Just play London and call it a day? No, thank you. So d6, you play e4. That doesn't stop your plan. And then e5, you just continue. You play chess. My favorite opening is black. I like the Sicilian Dragon a lot. This is like a goofy anti-Dutch where you've delayed d4, but also black is kind of in between 3 different Dutches, and so they don't get their ideal setup. You know? This is very bizarre. So that's the thing. These ready positions require a certain degree of creativity, right? Because you have to be flexible, because you so often get into weird waters that neither player is prepared for. No Dutch player's black is going to be ready for this position. They're going to play at the best of their ability, and they're probably going to do an okay job because it's not that different, but they're not going to be ready for this. You can't be. There's so many weird ways white can play in the ready, you can't prepare for all of them. You just kind of have to, you know, stay on your feet. And I like that, because I like forcing that degree of creativity in the opening, but it's also like, it can be difficult. And a lot of times I lose to something like this, and then I go home and I look it up and I'm like, I know what I'm supposed to do. That's how I learned this system. For the longest time, I struggled with knight c6 here, but then I dug into this and found, oh, this transposes into a Vienna line. I know the Vienna, I can play this. I can play this. And so now I have this that I can play. I mean, I don't have to play this, but I like this. Because you can also just play d4 here, but this is just a tempo down Dutch, and I'm not about that life. I'm not about that life. This is also playable, though, because you've also not played c4 yet, and knight c3 has already been played, so it's a weird move order thing. A lot of weird move orders. Again, that's ready for you. Anyway, back to the actual game. So, I don't recommend knight c3 here. Knight f6, or just play like e6. But this just makes it so difficult, because already you're just completely lost. And I can't blame you for anything that happens, because it's just already such a terrible position. My pieces just so naturally flow to normal squares, and I'm just up on material. Again, the guy I know who played the ready, who kind of inspired me to play the ready, I play it completely different than he did. Ooh, based on Reza. Except that sounds like a Twitter post. Did he actually say that? I didn't think so. G5 and B5 didn't feel right. I like the attempt. They're not correct, but here's the thing. You're down a piece. You have to try something drastic. Going for something drastic and dubious like this G5, B5 stuff doesn't bother me in the slightest, because you're already down a piece. You have to. You have to. If you weren't down a piece, then we could start picking into the nuances of the positional upsides and downsides of playing G5 and B5. But when you're already down a piece, okay, no, I actually like that. It's fire. I like Alireza a lot. I enjoy watching him play chess. Is the Polish a good opening? I've been trying it and it's not been going badly. The Polish is a bad opening. However, it's one of those bad openings that's only bad if the other side knows how to play it, and even if they do, it's not that bad. It's like a weird category of bad. It's like playing, what's an example I can give? The Polish is almost like the King's Gambit or something, where it's like, it's known to be bad. However, for it to actually be bad, the other side has to know how to punish it and has to play good chess. If black plays one suspicious move, then it's no longer bad. And so, at my level, I have known people to get away with the Polish. Just because if you know it better than your opponent does, you can get a reasonable position. By bad, when we see an opening's bad for white, it's a little different than it might sound like. Because as you know, white starts with a small advantage. And a bad opening for white is often considered to be one of the openings that nullifies that advantage. After you go and play b4, white no longer has an opening advantage. He just doesn't. Now, does that half a pawn difference matter? Does that half a pawn difference matter below 2500 level? Rational minds may differ. Rational minds may differ. There's, you know. Now, the problem I have with b4 move 1 is that at some point it's going to start being frustrating for you because you'll have to switch another opening because it's going to not give you the results of other white openings. Or point 2, yeah, but Danish, you start at plus 0.3, you go to minus 0.2. It's a half a pawn difference. Come on. So at one point that, and the other point is in slower time controls, you're going to feel it more. In classical, you're going to feel it more, you know? So now, that being said, if you're okay with those, and you're okay knowing that you're playing an opening that you probably won't play forever, which, to be fair, no opening you're going to play forever, truth be told, most people don't stick with their openings forever, I know I haven't, then, you know. Is it Pixit? It's not if you're comfortable where you have to fight for the advantage, because nobody knows how to play against the Polish. Nobody studies Polish theory. I vaguely know how to play against the Polish because I knew like 3 guys who played the Polish, and so I had to figure out how to play the Polish because they kept playing the Polish against me. I was super annoyed. It's not that simple. It's not that... F4 isn't as bad. F4 is more sound than the Polishes. F4 is more sound than the Polishes. But, again, so it's bad, but not bad enough that it's unplayable. Is it? Okay, well, in that case, it's the same thing. I guess I'm wrong. I don't have much experience with the bird, so. Either way, the point is, the bird and the Polish are in those like niche openings where they're bad, but they're not unplayable, and there are benefits to playing them in the fact that for a long time people aren't going to know the theory, and so for a long time you're going to get out of the opening with a position you're more comfortable in than your opponent. That's a big advantage. That's what I mean. Being in a position that you like and your opponent doesn't know anything about is a big advantage. Fabiano Caruana has an interview during the World Chess Championships when he was playing Carlsen. No, he was commentating the championships between Jan and Ding. Maybe he was commentating Jan and Carlsen. It was Fabiano commentating the World Chess Championships. And Fabiano said that he would rather be in a slightly worse position than in a position that's equal but his opponent has engine prep. So if Fabiano Caruana would rather play in a slightly worse position than against engine prep, than playing in a position where his opponent's comfortable and has engine prep, then that's a very good argument for playing openings you're comfortable with. And so for me, the bird and the Polish both fall into that category where they're not bad enough that you lose on the spot, or even that you're losing, or even that you're any worse. But if you can get into positions you're more comfortable than your opponent, then it's worth it, right? So I wouldn't play it. I don't like them stylistically. I want to take full advantage of everything. However, to be fair, the dragon also isn't that good. So, I mean, I'm not exactly playing the Najdorf over here. If you enjoy it, go for it. It's not unplayable. Yeah. It's good against humans. It's definitely reasonable against humans, especially since the person asking was Isabella, who's 1250. You have at least 800 elo that you can play the that you can play the Polish for. The Polish isn't going to stop you from winning for at least 800 elo. Do you actually get the critical lines against the Dragon Online though? Yes. Because even if you don't know the exact theory of some of the critical lines aren't that difficult. To know. A lot of people play the critical lines but then mess up on like move 10. So, but getting like the critical lines all the way down to the bottom, that's somewhat rare. Honestly, I have the delayed Alapin gives me more trouble than the main lines these days. I have some serious problems with the delayed Alapin. That's probably the biggest hole in my opening prep currently. Yeah, actually my mom. Okay. Just a second. I'll be right back. Thinking little brother's birthday. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's unfair. I'll be right back. back, and I come with pie. Okay, that can sit there. Sorry about the delay. Ah. Okay, what were y'all talking about? Let me catch up on chat. Saw on stream. True. Definitely isn't what it means. Don't know what he was talking about. Blob man us? No, I went for pie. I'm back. Don't worry, Alco. Here, streamer Hassan. I just about a revolution. That's an interesting creative spelling. Stockfish says B4 is only a 0.3. Start at 0+2. Depth 40 something is 0 minus 0.1. I was rounding, okay? Gosh. I normally play the Polish because they can't really play knight c6 so soon. That's fair. Maybe it's best to use the evals plus minus plus dash minus plus dash equals etc. until you exit book. Engine the tutorial see batted openings. I mean, that's not a bad idea, prof. Did you see the candidates? I did. I feel bad for Fabi too, but man, Gukesh being the challenger is hype. Okay, who's next in queue again? Void. Hey, Void, it's your turn. Good for him, honestly. He deserves it. He's been playing, like, insanely good chess recently. Hi. Yeah, I know. I saw it on chess.com's Twitter page. Okay. Our boy Void has the black pieces, and he's playing the Sicilian base. Okay. So far, so good. White playing knight c3, move 3. Sure. How are you doing, local? E6, totally rational. D4, CXD, Knight XD, Knight F6, all good moves. Bishop E7, very, very rational. We've transposed into like a, what is it, a Najdorf, but white's wasted tempo. That's what it looks like. Bishop G5. Do you have Queen B6? Almost. Ben doing some chest as soon as I get home. Nice. Well, I've got key lime pie, so I'm doing great. Are you studying anything in particular, or just like puzzles, or what? I guess knight b3 has to be played. I was really trying to justify knight takes e4, but I don't think it worked. Maybe a Sozin, bishop b3 normal. I think no, bishop b3 would have been better. I don't like bishop d3 at all. I would be much happier with white playing bishop b3. I agree with you, prof. Have I seen you before? I know it says you followed for the first time 28 minutes ago, but I swear I recognize your name. I want to look at some stuff again against Kings Indian was white, but I always picked it up, so that's why. Makes sense. If you go bishop c4, then bishop b3, yeah. Which, honestly, you don't have to play bishop b3 yet. You could probably just castle or play a4 or something. Yes, sir, I played you in the past? Okay, that's what it is. I remember it's not perfect, but it exists. But yeah, no. Bishop d3 after bishop c4 is just not recommended. Anti-principle. Plus, this bishop's actually kind of nice on this diagonal. I know in my game, when I took on e6, it was terrible. However, this takes on e6 is actually a fairly common idea in these Najdorf positions. Okay? And then bishop g5. Again, fundamentally incorrect. Now, computer's saying knight takes e4. And what I'm evidently... Yeah, no. This is definitely good. Okay. So, this immediately lost a pawn. Takes on e6 is a cool trick. Super cool. Super fun. So this immediately. However, even if you're not playing this, castles is reasonable. b5 is reasonable. And like I said, queen b3. Which is not amazing. Well, it's poking and prodding. This diagonal's a pretty good one for the queen, especially with the bishop's already committing itself. He has to play knight b3. And now I play knight c6. I don't really want to let him take, because this is kind of a weakness. With another thing about the bishop being on d3 is that this knight is often kind of weak, because currently it's undefended. And I mean, you don't have a way of winning it right now, but sometimes that can be a tactical motif to look for. Knight c6. Knight f3. Okay. Should have taken. Queen c7. Very good. b5. I'm a little nervous about you delaying casting this long, but honestly, since white's development is as bad as it is, and his pieces are misplaced, you can get away with it. In general, I would prefer you castling earlier. However, again, this is an exception because white's pieces just aren't well placed enough to have a real attack. I was watching the candidates live last night. Last game between Fabi and Jan was insane. Eva Bar said Fabi had an advantage, then said it went to a draw when Fabi played the most natural looking moves. Chess is brutal. Yeah. Okay, castles. Bishop b7. Rook e1. Okay. Castles. h3. And see, this is like the perfect Najdorf. White has not white. Black has everything they want in the Najdorf here. Total opening victory for black. Okay, see? Sure. Bishop f4. Rook fd. Very natural position. Very natural moves. Look how many tempi white's wasted. Moving their pieces back and forth. Black has wasted no such tempi. Knight d7. For bishop f6, I presume, right? And knight c5. I would have played h6. Make him waste another tempo. The pawn on h6 is good in this position. It gives loops for your king and kick the knight out. So I think h6 is the best. Just make him waste another tempo. And now you can play your knight c5. Same idea, but it's h6 is free. Free stuff is good. Just, I mean... It's not terrible to play this first, but there's no reason not to play h6. Get the knight out of there. I don't want to have to think about this. I don't want to have to deal with this. And he's made no progress. Once again, he's wasted a move. So in this game, white's wasted like 4 different moves. Also, 95 and 7, knight c5. Let me think. I don't... I don't think so. Because the knight doesn't really want to go to c4. Both are good. Knight e5 is definitely not terrible. Clearly, it's a very good move. On c5, it's pressurizing the e-pawn. Versus on the e5, it's attacking and threatening to jump to c4. I want to take the b-pawn. Oh, he's never going to take it. If you play knight d5, there's no universe where white takes here. White's never going to take. No, 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 no. He should never take. There's no way white should take that. Gukesh or Ding? I'm rooting for Gukesh. I mean, both players I like. And so I'm not going to be like mad if one of them wins, but I am rooting for Gukesh. Is knight d7 okay? Knight d7 was fantastic. Very good plan. Again. Knight c6 was the one move in the opening I disagree with. Outside of that, you just played a better opening than your opponent did. Simply playing better chess. I'm in the same boat, local. Knight d7, incredibly natural. Bring the knight to greener pastures, bring the bishop to greener pastures. Very nice. I like it a lot. Knight g5. Again, and h6 here is just very natural. Again, sans knight c6. Every move you played has been the most natural move and a very good move. And h6 continues that trend. Very natural move. Kick the knight out. Where is he going to go with the knight? This sacrifice clearly doesn't work. So if you play h6, he has to go back. In which case, he's just wasted another tempo. Like, come on. I did not see the boss of the interview. Blind chess is actually very fun. And then knight c5. Just a slightly better version of what you played. Because as it is, you have to worry about like this and some goofy capture on h7. No thank you. I don't want to have to think about that. You have to be lazy in chess sometimes. Solve your problems before you have a problem. You don't have a problem in this position yet, but solve it anyway. Especially when it's free. You don't have to expend any resources to solve the problem. It is a free move that you could include that makes your position slightly better. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you actually have to calculate. Ugh. Knight c5. Okay, but knight c5 immediately isn't terrible. Queen h5. And see, look at this. Why? Why would you let your opponent have this? Want to play d5 so bad? I'm talking about this game or the game you play against Gone? Nepo constantly keeping apologizing to Fabi after the game. And sometimes you have to feel that way. I've definitely apologized to my share of chess players, and I've been apologized too, because sometimes you just feel bad, feel dirty. Visible game? Yeah, d5 is definitely a move you want to play. However, see, look at this. In this position, if the knight weren't on here, you wouldn't have to think about this. Now you have to give up this bishop, which would have been amazing on f6. If we go back in time, right, and we go h6, knight f3, bishop f6, this bishop's fantastic. Your bishops, both of them are fantastic. But now you have to trade this bishop for this knight, which is doing nothing in this position. It's unfortunate. f6. Try. Takes. Knight e5. Now d5. Knight g6. Yeah, d5's too soon. But Queen d7 is nice. Because you still really want to play d5. I didn't see that. Crazy. I believe it. Because it's like, because that kept him from being tied for first, right? And I said this before. If Carlsen didn't exist, Fabi would be the world champion right now. And so it feels unjust to see it happen to Fabi the way it has. Queen e7 didn't feel productive. Thought it was slow. It's productive because your next move is d5. It's productive because it's happening now. I haven't seen the Fabi game. I need to actually look at it. There's so much that happened. Why not d5 straight away? It's a good question. Bishop f4, and you have to deal with this. No fun. And if you push, then I take, and then takes, and then 95 or 94. There's no advantage for black here. Punk Rock Loser is fine. I much prefer songs like Troglodyte from that same album. Absolutely, I can, local. I will not be providing Grandmaster level analysis, but you've already seen that, so... Okay. Knight G6 to play D5, also very good. F4 makes it so that Bishop F4 is no longer a threat, so this is very good. And also Knight G6 prevents Bishop F4, so this is also very good. I've done it before. I enjoy it. I just don't do it often because I feel like I can't provide much unique value. I know, it must be horrible for him. Bobby's one of my favorite players alive. And it's just tragic to see that happen. Okay, 97. So 95 not better. My gut tells me 95 is better. My gut might be wrong. Maybe I have too much pie in my gut. But my gut tells me 95 is just better. I really don't care for 97. I prefer active pieces 9 times out of 10. Bishop F4. D4. Or maybe just Queen F7. Can you take? I have to switch. I have to switch into D5. Maybe. Or no, maybe it's just Bishop Rookie 8. Maybe I'm overcomplicating the position. Tragic. Those their games, so I'll go analyze Grandmaster of a game without even knowing it. I would know that it was a very good game, but I wouldn't know it's Grandmaster. Yeah, I think just Rookie 8. Because then you meet D4 with Queen F7, right? Yeah, I get it to pressurize F5. I don't mind it. I mean, this isn't, like, dominant. The I-squared bishop's kind of bad. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. I'm convinced. Losing, it would be heartbreaking if he was looking broken. It's heartbreak. There was so much heartbreak in this candidate cycle, man. So much heartbreak. I saw that. I only listened to the single once, and not critically, but I didn't care for it when I first listened to it. I have to give it another listen. Wait, Queen D7. Okay, now I don't understand. Why not Knight C6? Wasn't looking forward to Nepo winning. You know, the same thing happened 3 times in a row. I agree with that statement. I completely agree, local. Just missed it? Okay, fair enough. But I just, the knight on e7, I don't like it at all. It really feels like that's the wrong square. No, it's definitely not. I completely agree with you there, Rexpor. Skinty Fia way better. Well, I'm happy we're going on the Skinty Fia tour. We're seeing the good one. It would be. Poor Nepo. Even worse for him. That would be crazy. Yeah. Again, I'm just hyped that I'm going to the concert. I haven't been to a concert for a band that, like, I like in a long time. Like a band that I want to go to a concert for. It's been years. Knight C6. Yeah, the knight just feels wrong on this square. It's so weak, and it's only pressurizing a square that's pretty adequately defended. We'll have a concert in Kino Shishka. You told me that it was a good venue. I mean, I'll see when I get there, right? I'll take your word for it. And now, best venue in Ljubljana? Really? Ooh, that's strong praise. Top 1 to 4 from the candidates all would defeat Ding this time. Hold on a second. That's a take, Mr. Rays. Hold on. So that's Gukesh, that's Ding. No, that's Gukesh. That's Gukesh, that's Fabi, that's Nepo. And who else is that? Who's number 4? I don't know the standings well enough to tell you who number 4 in the candidates was. Hikaru. Ooh. You know what? I actually might agree with you. I actually think I agree. I'm not 100% that Jan would win because the psychology might get to him. If the psychology didn't get to Jan, then Jan would win. I think Jan would beat Ding. However, outside of that, I think you could be right, Mr. Rays. It's a hot take, but an acceptable one. It's big enough to get a good crowd. It's still small enough to get a good view, and the acoustics are great. Oh, now I'm really looking forward to it. I prefer smaller concerts. I've been to a few bigger ones and a few smaller ones. I just enjoy the smaller ones more. I've enjoyed all the concerts I've been to, but like, you know, if I pick. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Rays 69420. Thinking Hikaru held the draw against Gukesh so that Jan and Nepo both would have a chance to play him in tiebreakers. Imagine how mad Fabi and Nepo would be if Hikaru just lost randomly to a piece and lost, so they both wouldn't have a chance at tiebreakers. Yeah. And I always end up below the stage. Lucky. It's a standing concert hall, right? That's what it looked like it said on the menu on the page. I'm curious. Oh, that sounds super cool. No, the more I hear about this, the more excited I am for this. Yes, this night is just, I really hate it. I really hate this night. Queen H4? Oh, never mind. You're chilling. We're chilling. Rookie 6 and you would be suffering a little bit. I would be greatly uncomfortable here as black. Which, given Rookie 6 is not an easy move to find. So I don't blame the opponent for not finding it. It's a very important move, though. Because this rook is fantastic on this square. It guards the f5 pawn, and the other rook can come to e1. And it's real annoying. It's real annoying. This bishop gets super strong. I would be very uncomfortable here. But, luckily for you, he played queen h4, which is just a terrible move. Knight takes, knight takes. Okay, now you are cleanly a pawn up and have the bishop in the endgame. Very slow, small, long-lasting. Metaphor. That's a good word. Strong word. 30 minutes before the open stage area, you get in line where it starts forming. You can stand anywhere you want. Oh, I'm half American. I'm definitely getting there 30 minutes early. Getting there 45 minutes early. Queen 7, Queen E6. I like Queen 6 a lot. Rook E8. You can also get some decent check coffee or achieve there. Keep sounding better. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Why am I saying the ABCs? Kill him. Yeah, let's go. Sometimes the opponent just deserves death. King F1 is one of those times. That's a nice thing. All the big venues, the coffee cost $1 billion. I didn't get any concessions when I went to a concert in London because, man, they were expensive. Again, I'm quite looking forward to it. Will this game be considered luck? Not more than usual, no. Because like I said at the start, you just clearly outplayed him in the opening. You played some bad moves, but he played some bad moves. It's a game of chess. I wouldn't say it's any more luck than normal. Because this one's also on the upper floor. We can get a drink before. Okay, okay. F6 I'm proud of. F6 was a good move. No, there's a lot of good moves in this game. Like I said, you just played a better game of chess than your opponent did. Yes, you made mistakes. Yes, your opponent had chances. But if we look at the, like, stinking analysis graph, once in this position, it was +1. The entire rest of the game was even or you were better. You very convincingly outplayed him. Yes, there was a luck element to it, but there almost always is when you play anything with any humans involved. I wouldn't read too far into it. Because it's not like you played terrible chess and then he blundered. You played great chess and then you made a mistake and then he made a mistake and then you won. This counts as a 1800 level game? I would say yes. You didn't blunder a piece. The worst blunder you made is you allowed rook d6. Rook d6, which is a hard move to see. And it isn't even immediately obvious why it's bad for you. And it's not even losing. It's just worse. And again, it was a fairly good game of chess. Is Gone still here? Oh yeah, it's monkey time. Learn the first move and then start learning by opening mistakes. I mean, that's a good way of doing it. I would also recommend Void for you. If you want to learn more than Nydorf, find like any games by Garry Kasparov. The guy is legendary for his Nydorf. And while I know Nydorf theory has changed a lot in the past 20 years, it does not matter for 1800 level play. Woke weddings be life? Be like, I pronouns you. That's so stupid. I love it. Bobby Nydorf is good too. I'm not talking about a course. I'm just talking about games. Like games that Kasparov has played in the Nydorf. Have I played this opening against you before? I think I have. Let's see how you do. Sometimes I just randomly remember some childhood mobile game I wanted to play as a kid, but can't because it requires credit card payment to buy it. I remember I have money now and I go play the game, make up for all the years I get to play it. I do that, but with like Flash games. Or like random games that I had on the PC, like the Windows 95 computer I had in my house. I'm like, oh, I should find it. And often it takes me a while, but I eventually find the game. I heard John tweets you can't do X because of woke. That is a good job. F5? Yes, F5 is absolutely the plan. The plan is castles and then F5. Yeah. Castles F5 is the plan. Sure, buddy. I don't think he thought this through. Well, Plants vs. Zombies, the mobile version isn't as good as the PC version, but the PC version stands up pretty well. It's still obviously a casual game, and it plays like a casual game, but there's not really anything wrong with that. What's the difference? In the desktop one, you just get everything and you get to play the game. There's no grinding. I mean, there's a little bit of grinding if you want to unlock stuff, but not nearly as much as in the mobile version. The game's like 20 bucks and it's built like a game that you buy and you play and you enjoy and then you stop playing. I'm totally fine with 3+2. I prefer slower time controls, but like I'm not gonna revolt or anything. It's just I think they're slightly more educational, and plus I'm better at them. So you'll have to know if you're playing 3+2, I'm not going to perform as well. I don't do as well in slower time controls. If you're okay with that, then excellent. Yeah, Game of the Year edition on Steam is usually pretty darn cheap. It's like $5 or something, and it's the best experience ever. Well, the best experience is a mod I found that makes it harder and rebalances the game. But that's if we're talking unofficial. I appreciate you asking though, Cold. You know what? I could actually see that. Like, strikes the balance between being fast enough to not get bored and being slow enough that you can actually see the moves. Wait, no. Wait, what? See, I find it insane that I know exactly what you're talking about. A Rex boy. Like, I don't understand why it's so common for that to be a thing that happens on Twitter. Really need increment to play? Okay, 3+2 it is. I told you, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just not as good at it. It's a skill issue. Yep, no, you're right. It's cyclical. It's so... the internet, man, is sometimes a crazy place that I don't understand at all. I like the one where it's the, the picture of Link from Breath of the Wild, and he has the pelvic bones, and the person was like, and someone was complaining about it, and it was like, fellas, is it gay to have bones? So funny. You ever play chess in the toilet? I try to avoid doing so because then I stay on the toilet longer than I should. I get distracted. Really? I win all of those? I don't. I usually lose them more than I win. Man. The internet, there's so much content. That's all I'm gonna say. There's just content everywhere. Actually, increased 100 points on chess.com today. I feel like I could gain Simula now. I'm feeling better. I have been tired for the past 2 weeks, but I feel less tired today. The way monetization works on X just incentivizes rage baiting. It's really unfortunate. I'm not sure that's exactly how that works, Void. I'll do you one worse. Have you ever played chess at a funeral? Yes, interesting. I'm sure that is a purely hypothetical question with no connection or backing in reality. Okay. I mean, you gotta give it to Elon, right? Making Twitter worse. Like, that's what everyone said before he took over, right? Well, at least he can't make it worse, am I right? But then he did. It's like he heard us say that and he was like, no, you guys just wait. I'll prove you wrong. What if we gave women love and respect? Nah, sounds fake. Why not CD? Because I didn't want to. Okay, this might be stupid, but my plan was actually to sack the exchange back. Yeah, exactly. Saitos. Exactly. And that's the problem with it, right? We can't be reasonable people. It's against my ethical code. Because now I'm 2 pawns up and I have the protected passer on b4. His knight's very strong, yes, but also bishop e5 followed by like an f3, and it's not clear. ED? I played ED just so I can over-defend the b4 pawn. I want the b4 pawn defended because that's my win condition. Instead of GH. I wasn't sure one way or another. I hadn't decided. I went with GH. I went with ED because after GH, I was a little worried about the queen getting in, and these pawns are weak. And like G3, and then takes, and maybe like a king H1, rook E1. And I feel like white has counterplay. And I don't want white to have counterplay. I don't like giving the opponent counterplay if I don't have to. Right? I feel like G takes and he has counterplay. Here, I don't see any counterplay. I only see pain. And to me, that's more appealing. Yeah, you could be right. You're probably right. I mean, this doesn't look too shabby either. I don't hate this position. Oh. Rook e6. When's b3? Later. I am in no rush to play b3. There's no reason for me to play it now rather than a bit later. And so I'm going to wait because if I push b3, that pawn's a weakness now. As soon as I push, it's a weakness. So I'm going to wait. And I'm going to play it only when he can't do anything about it. For now, let it sit there. He has to use a piece to constantly babysit it for the rest of the game. That's the benefit of connected passers, is they can just sit there. Oh yeah, Kanye just randomly dropped a troll song against Drake and J. Cole. I saw that. I'm assuming you're talking about the Like That remix. Turkey Tom got some banger tweets. This is true. I don't agree with everything Turkey Tom says and does, but I like his general direction. Seems a little desperate, not gonna lie. He just tweets Zoomer brain rot. It's great. Yeah, I believe that. There's only too much of this. There's just troll, I guess. Yeah. It was the most Kanye thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, there was a beat that went insanely hard, right? And then the most bizarre lyrics that you can't decide if they're genius or stupid. And it was very Kanye. And I don't even know if that's a compliment or an insult. I haven't decided. Yeah, no. Just because I don't agree with everything he says doesn't mean I don't think his thoughts are good in general. Even if I agree with like nothing you say or believe, I still might think you're interesting to listen to. I told you, I'm listening to a Slavoj Žižek audiobook. You would seldom find someone whose life philosophy I disagree with more than Slavoj Žižek. Right? Still interesting to listen to him think. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I heard the song. I'm a Zizek hater. I don't agree with him at all. At all. Not even a little bit. But listening to him, listen to his thoughts is interesting. Also have a friend who really likes him. That probably makes it worse. See, I don't have anyone I know, except for the guy, the viewer I have in my Discord, who likes Zizek, and so I don't have to deal with that. But yeah, he's Slovenian, right? So I could see how you would have that problem more than I do. GG's. No, what I'm more interested in is the stinking Drake diss where he used AI Tupac and Snoop Dogg. He's Slovenian? I thought so. He knows his Hegel, though? He knows a lot of stuff. Again, disagree with a lot of things, but... Okay, standard opening. Also, why did chess.com reset all my settings? Like, bro, thank you. So far, all completely normal standard stuff. B3 I wasn't sure if I agree with. It's really slow. B3 is really slow. Are you trying to, like, prevent A4 from happening? About B3 stop A4, I guess. But A4, usually you can play B4 anyway. Like, let's say, eventually, let's say I castle or something. Let's say you play something stupid like Ricky 1, and then I play A4. Well, first off, you could take it right now, so I can't currently. Let's say you do something where I'm allowed to take it. Let's say you play Queen D2, right? And then I play A4. Usually you could play B4 anyway. Usually. Because if I go on passant, then you take with rook, and this rook is incredibly strong, and your bishop actually overdefends the ace-3 pawn, and so my pawn is worse than your pawn, which looks backwards, but typically that's what ends up happening. And so this is actually fine for white, because this is a huge problem. And another difference is if I take this, I get a pawn. If you take this, you get a rook on the 7th, attacking my queen and like every critical square in the board. So you have a much bigger threat here than I do. And a much more easily taken advantage of one. It's funny meme going around when they cut, hey, Tish, what they're at the Kendrick version like that. I heard that. I actually saw that. It was weird. The AI Tupac thing in Snoop is insane because, first of all, it was a interesting and creative way of using the AI voices. Like, ethics aside, wow. But then also, it's, you know, you just type exclam join. You don't need exclam Q join. Yeah, there's, again, your entire life is on this side of the board. So sacking a pawn, getting the B file open to making the A pawn weak, all of these moves make sense because you just need to get that queenside counterplay. And what happened in the game is you didn't. You were too slow. And then you accidentally played B4 and lost your pawn. It was the Buster Rhymes. It was the Buster Rhymes. That's horrible. So this is just tragic. But even here, it's already pretty good for me. It's already better for me. Because your queenside counterplay is slower. And because you're so slow here on the queen side, I get my king side moves. And that's very annoying for you. It's not like losing or anything, it's just annoying. You have no opening advantage. And now after b5, you're just lost material. I mean, what can I say? Just not good. Okay, so b4 evidently was bad because of queen a2. Queen a2, I was just going to play knight c6. But you have cxb. I see. And knight f6 double check is the threat. Wow. Okay, I completely missed that. That's actually a huge problem. So I have to go like queen a7, which then you have like queen c4, knight a5, queen a2. And I might not have better than repeating, but I can go king h7. Wow. And so I have to give the exchange back. Crazy. Crazy. Friend hits you with something so hunter-phobic, so you hit him with that gatherer stare. Where are these coming from, Rex4? What happened here? Where are these? I don't understand. Okay, yeah, so that's insane. I completely missed that. So B5 was a terrible move because of that. B4, knight H4, king H7, bishop B2. That's an interesting face you got there. Also, guys, the computer agreed with me that B4 was better. What's hunter phobic? So he's doing a riff on hunter gatherer, and like, and in the same way something could be like homophobic, saying hunter phobic. It's like a bad pun versus brain rot plus, yeah. That's an interesting face you got there. Okay, hold on a second. You can't just come in here and talk like that, Lib, okay? Queen A2? My plan was just... I think my plan was knight C6. My plan was knight C6, which evidently is bad, but I didn't know that. I can do whatever I want. You check CD instead of ED? Okay, sure. What, you mean you CD in this position? No, that's not good. This pawn is very important. My entire game plan is this pawn. So taking what you either in this position, you either take here or you take here. Wait, why is bro so famous? What can I say? I'm actually him. I am literally him. Bishop takes, E takes, knight E5, rook takes. I mean, I appreciate the effort. Queen A2 was a good try, but rook B7 just diffuses it completely. 3 17-year-olds or 28-year-olds? Probably 28-year-olds. I have some 8-year-olds at the chess club. I think I could take them. Don't see you stream often though. Well, that's because I've been like super tired with exams, and the past 2 weeks have been a struggle. But now I'm getting back into it. We're gonna stay winning. I don't like, even at the entry sets is good. G takes H I get. The argument is that I'm playing F3 next move. And that's very bad. Just don't do your exams. Easy. Oh, I didn't think of that. So, I have the results for all of them but one. And so I've passed all of them so far, which I'm pretty happy about. Also, Mo, I am... Mo. It's just Mo, right? Anyway, Mo, I am offended that you come in here, you see me successful, and your first response is, that can't be real. What's going on here? Exactly, Saitos. No, but this is just very clean for me. Yeah, why are you so famous? Thinking he's junk. It's the chess.com embeds. Joking? It's not funny. Okay, wait. What? Being offended is cringe? You're cringe. The Rizma. No, wait. Hold on a second. Rizma? Would Bobby Fischer have been the greatest chess player of all time if he was like, guys, I can't play chess because I have exams. Don't do exams. Shoot for your dreams. Nice. I'll beat you in this position. In this position, you'll beat me. This one right here. I am the person who goes for king attacks. I am the one who goes for king attacks. It's a stylistic difference, honestly. Both, like, it's saying that G takes is better, but both are very, very winning. They're just winning for different reasons. You need the end of the book? Sure you will. Not dead last one? Oh, why not? Charisma male. I am a charisma male. This is true. This is true. The allegations are true. Gold, it's your turn. Any improvement, or have you been too busy with your exams? Improvement in what? Chess? Exams, I've been too busy. And I have a job, so I actually have to work. Which is annoying, except for the part that I get money. Which is less annoying. The money part's kind of nice. Not gonna lie to you. Why did I tell people in stream earlier that the Queen's Indian is the problem with the ready? Why did I do this to myself? I'm block man. Go and look into B4 pawn stacks. That's an interesting idea. It's very thematic. I have played this against you before. Shh. Let me establish the narrative. Low key, I want to take with pawn. It's probably stupid. Do you remember me? I remember the name Gabe is smarter. Don't remember much about it. Because the problem is the name Gabe is so tied to The Office in my Zoomer brain that I have difficulty associating with anything else. Not your fault. I do not remember you. Local Coupa. Weird name. The guy comes back like every 100 points. Well, you're welcome. And every 100 points then. Remember, yeah, I remember you, Lib. I came to your stream, the first thing I want to say was, long time no see, but I thought that was too lame. Nah. Am I remembered? No. You've already been forgotten. Next question. Next meme. I don't mind this position. I'm not in love with it, but I don't mind it. Do you remember me? No. I've forgotten everybody. Why am I the only one in this chat that Alco remembers? Because you're a lib. B2 or D2? B2. Never mind, you don't remember. No one calls me lit. Evidently someone does. A few weeks ago I played you. Yeah, I remember that vaguely. I ain't gonna lie. About 1700 then. Oh. Held back a joke. We're good. We're good. Uh-huh. I was gonna give you book advice when I was 1800 C, now I'm 1200. Well, yeah, I know who you are. Except I don't. I have no idea how I'm supposed to play this position. I like this move. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do. Yep. I mean, I'm okay with this. I'm shocked he let me get away with this. Is this bad for me for some reason I don't understand? Am I missing something? missing something? At first blush, I did like this position for me. Oh yeah, we got to the ad hominem part of the NFL draft discourse. It's right around the corner. Just missed it? Ah, fair. Ah yes, ad hominem. The most based of the logical fallacies. Remember lib. I do remember lib. It's like remembering the Alamo. You gotta, you know what I mean? Unless you're not Texan. Which I'm not Texan, so. May I request a song? So you can request a song for me to listen to, but not to play on stream, because I don't like playing songs on stream that I don't have permission to play. I know. I don't know why I'm a Twitch streamer in that case. I feel like it's in the terms of service that you must commit copyright infringement at least twice per stream, but I don't. Got you. So, like, I'll listen to a song that they'll tell me to listen to, but I won't be playing on stream because... Who's lame? Okay, here we go. Next. Can I request a song? No, you can't. You specifically cannot. Someone else can, but not you. I have no time. We're playing 3+2, right? I have an increment, right? Materials equal. I have a more active king. Pawn structure probably better for him. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I missed that until just now. One second, I'm not looking at chat because I have 18 seconds on the clock. And contrary to what my chess looks like, I actually do want to win. Playing very poorly right now. Okay, this I actually don't mind. So dumb. In here. Well, that's that. I don't believe in resigning, so I'm still going to play on, but objectively, there's nothing to play on for. So that was me hoping he would pre-move A2. Am I proud of it? No. Pro tip, resigning saves time. Pro tip, no. That was me hoping he pre-moved A2. I was losing anyway, so I figured I might as well. No. I didn't have much to lose. Who do you hate more, the French defense, the French people? That is information which I have been advised to keep private. Night, Rexpor. What time is it? I have some time. Techno mix. I don't hate techno, but I have, because it's not my favorite of the electronic music genres, I'm very picky. Pickier with techno than I am with most electronic genres. Okay, give me a second. Hula Bro should play chess? Somebody shouldn't have. Man, I was doing so well. I listen to Indian classical music almost exclusively. I listen to just about anything. I want to hear something. I want to hear unique stuff. So I don't have a genre that I listen to everything in that genre. I don't even have artists I listen to everything from the artist. I just have like different albums and songs I like. What the heck is this? Can't decide how I feel about it. May try that sometime? I might do. What was the move? Like H5? Queen C2 immediately. I just felt like D5 was suspicious. C4. I see. Yeah, it's blitz, so I'm only like 1730. I almost played F4. I just was worried about this square. But I guess you can't really easily get to it. Yeah, I was seeing ghosts. I was just saying that I could have C4 afterwards, and it was a decent way of playing for me. I forgot that I could take and then play C4. And it's not bad for you or anything, it's just, you know, it's the way I could have played. Thought F4 was coming? I thought F4 too, I just was scared of this, but there was nothing there, I was seeing ghosts. I might at some point, Wall. But up until recently, for the past 2 weeks I've been playing terrible chess in all-time controls, so. Is Isabella still here? Okay, so it looks like Isabella's in here. It's local again. Okay, wait, let me pull up that candidates game. Unless you want me to analyze something else local, totally okay. I mean, I liked it okay. I like the song you sent me, okay. Oh, okay, never mind. Isabella is here. Okay, send me your game. Okay. Let's see what we've got. So in town music himself. What's your favorite electronic song? Etched Headplate by Burial. But that's like old school ambient dubstep. Yeah, burial. It's untrue. Now, again, I could give you my favorite techno song if you liked. I can go by genre. Now, I don't know every genre, and I don't love a song from every genre, but I like a lot of different genres. Wait, play the Catalan, right? When I can. Why do you play against Bishop F5? I just continue because Bishop F5 is not that good against the Catalan. Bishop G4 is more challenging, if I remember correctly. Okay. Now let's see what Isabella was cooking. So annoying? It is annoying, but it's not good. Okay. Sure. So now you have to play for the closed position, which you can do. Okay, D4 is a good move. So far, so good. Yeah, this is just looks nice for white. I mean, objectively it's fine because black has the bishop pair, which is good long term, but black has to be careful. Queen D1 feels like a shame. You know, it feels like it's so sad that you have to bring the queen all the way back. Why can't you go Queen D3? You know? Because your queen doesn't really want to be on the back rank long term. Specifically because you want your rooks to be connected. So you want to bring the bishop out and then castle and then bring a rook to D1. So putting the queen all the way back to D1 isn't bad, it's just a missed opportunity. Good night, Mo. Always scared of discoveries and stuff? Well, see, that's the thing. Your pawn guards your queen, so you're okay from discoveries for now. Additionally, he only has the queen attacking it. So you can worry about discoveries when you have a piece opposite the queen or a piece that can be opposite the queen fast. For now, there's no real threat. You know, in chess, superstition, you have to be careful. You have to always suss out the ghosts. You know what I'm saying? Ghosts might exist, but you have to look. Okay. E5, very nice. Yeah. Okay, I was trying to justify queen takes, but after queen takes, he takes the knight with check, so this is better. Okay, very good. Get out of the center. Knight E3 looks significantly better. Hey! Good job, Psychos. Knight E3 looks significantly better. Your pieces don't want to be on the back rank, especially not knights. So this knight guarding the pawn, attacking the bishop, comes with a tempo, and then you can move your king to like F2 or something. Maybe not king F2 per se, but you can start getting your other pieces out. C3 kind of delays the inevitable. Your pieces are not any better off. Not bad, but knight E4, knight F2. I'm troubled by this. Again, now he has this annoying pin and discoveries to think about. Get the king out of there. Get the king out of that position, and then you can play knight F2. Keeping the king in the center of the board. Yeah, see what I mean? You've lost your material. And now it's a dead drawn opposite colored bishop. Like, he could just play C4 here. You're never winning this. tragic. Okay, so I don't like these pawn moves. Let me explain why I don't like these pawn moves. They're fine for now, but the reason I'm worried about them, especially c4, is because in general you want your pawns to be on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop. That way your opponent's bishop can't attack them. Now these pawns, long term, your opponent can poke at them. Especially if the rooks get traded, could be annoying. Okay. Okay, hold on a second. Wow, look at that. The bishop doesn't have any squares. It has here. But then rook takes a7. That's pretty. I like that. Very nice. Ooh, pretty checkmate. Okay, so. The opening, it's funny. I feel like you were scared when you shouldn't have been, and not scared when you should have been. This isn't scary. However, this position is. Because, again, the difference is, there's a concrete thing happening here. The rook's already on this file. Not fun. Versus earlier, the queen's on the file, yeah, but in this position, there's no discoveries, because even if he does a discovery, like, oh no, discovery, your queen's guarded by your pawn. The knight can't attack in one turn, the bishop can't attack in one turn. So, again, this is immediately a problem. I would be somewhat willing to just castle, get my king out, give up the pawn. He can have the pawn. I don't want to have to think about losing this knight. You know? I'm not saying this is best. I'm saying that's the way I'm thinking. That's the direction I'm thinking. I don't want to have to think about these pins. Because like what happened in the game, it's very easy to end up losing your material. Which is just a shame. You worked so hard for that material. Why should you give it up for nothing? Trick question. You shouldn't give it up for nothing. As for this endgame, I'd say you did pretty darn well. You played actively. I don't really have any more I could ask for. Again, if you play active chess and intentional chess, then people will just disintegrate. You know? So oftentimes that's enough, and even more than enough. So it's good. But it's just, you know, why? Doesn't deserve it. But otherwise, pretty solid game of chess, I'd say. Okay, now it's Local's turn. Ignore that. Void isn't here. Or if he is here, it's not his turn. I already skipped to Local. It's Local's turn. So, again, the problem there, the overall running theme, I would say that's the thing that I need to learn from, is the, if you're scared of something in chess, especially if you have enough time, calculate it. Think about it. Think about, is this scary or not? Is there something concrete here? Is there something to worry about? And if yes, then do something. And if no, then don't. Do other things. There's times to preempt tactics for sure. But, you know, wasting time's never fun. Okay. Fabiano Caruana versus Gian Nepomniachtchi. We are looking at... What is this? Okay, this is Queen's Gambit Declined Exchange Variation. I've played this myself. Do you think people play the Berlin Draw online? Probably pretty infrequently. At low levels especially. Is it my turn? It will be as soon as I'm done analyzing this game. Bishop g5. Bishop b4. e3. I actually like these positions. Oh yeah, I forget during the analysis boards, things get cropped weird because the spacing's different. Let me fix that real quick for you. Is it here? No, it's not. Duplicate. We're going to call this event board. I always forget this is how Chester handles this. It's wider because it includes the eval bar. Imperfect solution, a little inelegant, but I can make it better in the future. For now, that's acceptable. In the future, I'll probably move the chessboard and make the eval bar be on the left side. That way it fits better. But for now, that'll do. Yeah, H-file is for suckers anyway. I'm a dragon player. I don't like the H-file. Anyway, E3. I like these positions for white. I actually used to play this quite a lot, and I still keep it as a back pocket line for when I feel like people are prepped against my Catalan. Now, this is a slightly better version of it because there's no knight f3. But the two main ideas, if memory serves, this is the Carlsbad pawn structure. That's what this pawn structure is called. The Carlsbad. It's one of the most well-studied pawn structures in all of chess, this specific one. And so the two, like, big ideas, hey, thanks so much for the follow. Exertix, one. The two big ideas for white are to push this pawn, to push these pawns to go for what's called a minority attack on the queen side in order to make a long-term pawn weakness, and also sometimes f3, e4 to get a big center. Right? So those are the two, like, big ideas. Usually you end up picking one or the other depending on how the position turns out. I would say that the minority attack is the more common of the two, but both are playable, both are good. I always went for the minority attack because I enjoy the positions more, and playing knight f3 move 1, I always end up in a position where I have to go for the minority attack. Okay. So far, so good. Queen comes to c7, queen c2, bishop comes here, knight comes here, you castle, or sometimes knight to e2. Like I said, sometimes you go for this. Welcome. We're currently analyzing the Jan versus Fabiano match because somebody for their turn asked me to analyze it because for some reason having super GMs and GMs analyzing it isn't enough. They also need a 2100 who's actually a 2050 but's been to 2200, so I split the difference, right? Because that's fair. Anyway, and again, and of course they're both playing the perfect plans. Jan is playing the plan for black, which black's plan is often to push aggressively on the king side and play for the e4 square. So this is a very educational game, very instructive. This is the way you play these positions. Is there a reason rook b1 is better or worse than a3 b4 to prepare the minority attack? Most often you end up playing both anyway. It's very rare that you only play one. Usually you end up having to play all of them. You always end up playing rook b1, and you almost always end up playing a3. So, usually it transposes. Now, to my knowledge, the benefit of going rook b1 first is that ideally, if black doesn't stop you from playing b4, you can play a4 in one move instead of playing a3, a4. Because often what will happen is black will put a pawn on c6, a pawn on a6, and so you have to play b4, a4, and then b5. And so if you can avoid playing a3 and play a4 immediately, then that's a little less committal, and you can save a tempo down the line. However, it goes the other way as well, because in some lines, especially long term, you want the rook on the c file because that's where the weak pawn is going to be. So there's also an argument that says, well, the same thing applies if you play a3, b4, a4, b5, because you want to play the rook to c1. So playing rook b1 to rook c1 also kind of wastes tempo. So it very much depends on the position. And again, I would say most of the time you end up having to play them both. Because even if you go a4, a3, b4, often, most of the time in my experience, black is going to play a5. And then you have to play rook b1 because you can't play b5 because then takes, and the rook hangs and you got problems with that and it's a whole thing. So I've always played a3 first. But you can probably do either. a3 also forces the bishop to take. So in positions like this, What black doesn't have to take yet, and you see Yawn doesn't take for the longest time because he doesn't have to, he doesn't want to, and so a3 is convenient for that reason. So it's basically kind of the, do you want to solve the bishop problem early, or do you want to hopefully save a tempo? It's neither here nor there. Gukesh winning is amazing. I'm so happy for him. It's gonna be such a cool championship match. It was 4 a.m. for India when Gukesh was playing in the candidates. Must have been so many Indians pulling all-nighters. Oh, I'm sure. That's so hype. So yeah, basically, try to save a tempo, try to solve your problem. I always win a3 though, but most of the times you can transpose, especially at lower level games. Queen c2 over defends the knight. This is a very natural diagonal for the queen anyway. How's black play for e4 though? He plays for the e4 square. This square. Bring the bishop this way, the knight goes here into f6, maybe f5 in some positions, although I don't think that's as common. So again, yeah, like bishop f4, knight here, to control this square. Because if white goes for the f3 e4 plan, then controlling this square is very useful because it prevents his plan. And if white goes for the minority attack plan, then controlling the square is useful because it makes it very awkward for white to finish putting his pieces on the correct squares, and you get a lot of dangerous pressure on the king side here. If white spends too much time goofing off on the queen side, it's pretty likely that this can happen, and you kind of have to actually start playing chess again because you might just get checkmated. Kind of scary. Yeah, the Vishy and Anand influence is insane. The Vishy and Anand influence is insane. It's so cool. It's so great to see. Anyway. So e4, e5, playing for e5, e4 is the main idea for black. And these kingside pawn pushes. Which, I mean, shocker. The super GMs are playing the main and critical ideas of the position. Who would have thunk it? h5, see what I mean? f3. Knight takes. H takes. Bishop d3. Or bishop e6. Bishop d3. c6. Castle's long. Interesting. So castle's long is relatively rare. However, it does happen when you're going for this f3 d4 plan. Like I said, you decide which plan to play. So Fabi looked at this position and said, okay, though he's kept this bishop here for a very long time, he's kind of been pushing for this e4 square and the queen side push early. The better plan is probably the central push. And so with that, castling king side makes sense because all the pawns are being thrown off the board on the king side. And black is kind of forced to play slow on the queen side in order because white is still kind of bluffing this. He's not anymore here, but you've already played c6. So it's like, okay. And e4 is coming. Not yet, but... Ooh, f4. Interesting. Interesting. Then knight f3. Okay. Then e4. Boom. Fabi got everything. Now, if we flip it over for a minute, Jan also kind of got everything because he's got these nice kingside pawns. He's got very strong bishops. His king's a little weak, but he castles, and it's a little scary, but he does have a lot of play. And that's kind of the idea in this line. If black's not careful, they can get slowly crushed. And so black's main kind of thing is he wants to try to avoid getting slowly crushed and wants to gain counterplay. So black has gained counterplay, white's gained this big center. Both sides kind of have their imbalance. Yes, I can see the clock. I can see the clock times. We're still at over an hour each. Yes. What is it like? I don't remember what the shortcut is. I'm a normie. What is it like? X? Why is it X to flip? Wouldn't that be an F? Okay, no. Well, there you go. The more you know. Chess.com partner, everybody. So. Takes. I'm not sure I agree with this. And the computer doesn't either. Seems suspicious. Because suddenly it feels like black doesn't have as much counterplay anymore. Now white just has the big center. I'm analyzing viewer games or playing against viewers. This viewer just wanted me to analyze the candidate's game instead. It couldn't be me. Exactly, Summer. If I were a Super GM, I would just win all my games. I'm not sure why they haven't tried that. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with this for black. This just looks nice for white. Black doesn't have his counterplay anymore. His pieces are passive, and his king's weak. White just has a big center. I don't like this at all. How you join? You type exclamation mark, join into the queue. Fascinating. See, this is the difference between Fabi and me. I would never have played this. I probably would have taken with F. I mean, it makes sense why. The bishop is more active this way. This file is actually dangerous for black. And castling queenside just got a lot more difficult. So it makes sense. It's a very active move. Ah, right, of course, yes. My best friend, Fabiano Caruana. Because I'm actually Richard Rapport, so you know how it is. Takes G4. Interesting. I was under the impression you could castle long because of D5. Wasn't that the whole idea? I mean, I guess it's hard to find a move here. Again, this is just very uncomfortable for Jan. This is very uncomfortable. This is terrifying. How did Jan survive this? Okay. No, the Black Knight's Tango is a real opening, yeah. What a fantastic looking position. How on earth? This is amazing for white. Goodness gracious. How did... What is king to b1? Genius. King to b1 is genius. This is always an idea. So getting the king off of the square, where it's incredibly weak to potential checks trading off the queens, is super important. What black's king is impossibly weak. You want the queens on the board. So playing king b1 to prevent black from ever trading off queens, super important. And super useful. This also prevents any knight checks. A very simple move that prevents black from having any fun. And also, rook c1 is a move at some positions. It's not in this one. Not in the game we got. This king b1 is fantastic. Very, very... I mean, obviously, they're super genius, right? Very good move. Very important move. Again, let's say you play something stupid like takes here. I can now consider playing queen e3 check. Might not be as winning anymore. Right? Materials, white's currently a pawn up, but this is going to fall. And these passers are actually kind of scary. Right? So you need to prevent the queen trade because you have the attack. Remember, if you're attacking, you don't want queens to trade. You want to keep the queens on the board. The defender wants to trade queens. So king b1 is a very simple and elegant way to prevent queen trades. Again, we'll also opening the C file for any rook funny business down the line. Bishop d7 being better than rook d7 is interesting. Wow. I'm just looking at some of the lines that Stockfish is giving, and it's saying bishop e7 followed by c7 check and then b4, which is just insane. I mean, it's just wow. Yeah, king b1 shows a very deep and thorough understanding of the position and what the position demands. Bishop d7 followed by c7 is psychopath stuff, man. I'll say bishop queen g5 or something. Like, look at this. That's beautiful. Sheesh. Well, Fabi did not play bishop d7. He played rook d7, which is also very good, but not for the same reasons. And again, you see, in this position, Fabi's avoiding queen trades like the plague. You don't want to trade queens here. Your opponent's king is incredibly weak. Okay, connected passers is very strong in the endgame. Okay. Okay. So just very normal moving around trying to prevent the pawn from promoting. Okay, just pressurizing the pawn. The knight can't move. Sure. Also, maybe f4 is a move at some point. And then, of course, you can't take on d7 because then rook takes and I promote if you take with queen. g5, sure. c5. That loses the g-pawn. Or you can, oh no, it sacks the exchange. Oh, okay, black can sack the exchange. So here's the problem. So here's the situation. It is known that the queen and knight have very strong synergy. Additionally, this rook is not active and cannot be active in the near future, and this knight is very close to the king. So while white is still very much winning, it's not as simple as it looks. There's a lot of... Looks so unsafe. Yeah, this... Bishop was such a strong defensive piece in this position. It's hard to not play bishop c2 here. I mean, obviously, I'm not super GM, but... I don't... It seems a little... What's the word I'm looking for? Not rash. Premature. Like, just bishop c2, and where is any... What does he do? What moves does black play? Maybe he can try to feign something. There's nothing. Now you trade queens, right? You're up 2 pawns. Try to find the engine difference between king a1 and king a2. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the engine real quick. Okay, let's go back to the actual game. I'm still shocked that that bishop c2 wasn't played. That move looks so much more natural to me. Okay. I mean, so king a1 and king a2 are the 2 moves white can play, obviously. So what's the difference between the 2? I mean, king a1 obviously allows this check. Is that check productive? King a2 in that case. Knight c1 check. Rook takes. h1 equals queen. Is that it? Is it knight c1 after king a2? Let me calculate that. Because if white has a way of winning there, then it's not, but I'm not sure. He shouldn't, right? The queen being here is too strong a defensive piece. I think that's the difference. You let the knight get in, and then you play knight C1. So king A1, you get knight B2, king A2, knight C1. Ah, no, because queen takes. Never mind, I'm stupid. No, queen takes is the thing there. Interesting. I think I'm on the right track, though. Knight check is definitely step 1. Is step 2... Maybe it's queen F7, threatening a discovery. Do I have enough checks? Yeah, let me think. See, the problem is it's very difficult to calculate in this position for the white pieces, because any move black plays, you have to calculate all of your checks that you have. Which you have a lot of checks in any given position. So, there's a few different things I'm thinking about, right? There's a few different directions I'm going with this. The first is, what does king A1 and king A2, what's the difference? King A1 keeps you on the back rank and allows for this knight check. King A2 allows for a queen check. Which is scarier? It almost looks like they transpose. I mean, I know they don't, but it almost looks like it. The problem is... maybe it's knight b3 followed by a4? That's just super slow. I'm very nervous about playing moves that slow in this position. Maybe there's a knight b3 and queen c2. The problem is after queen f4 check, or queen e5 check, and then rook takes on h2, I can't see fall. Oh, no, wait, I can, because knight c1. Hold on a second. Knight b3, king a... Okay, king a1, knight b3, king a2, queen c2. What is white's follow-up? It's not obvious to me. My heart tells me it's knight b3 followed by queen c2. The problem is if you ever get a check on e4, then I lose. Because then now I'm threatening knight c1, knight b3, knight c1, knight b3, knight c1, knight b3, knight c1, knight b3, right? And so you have to do something with checks, or that prevents me from playing knight c1, knight b3. Which means you can't take the pawn, really. And I don't think you have any of your checks lead to it. Well, the difference, in that case, the difference is clear. King a2 either makes it so your knight can't get to b3, or you have to play a queen check first. And if you play a queen check first and then your knight gets to b3, the difference is now you don't get queen c2. Right? It's not simple, but like that's the thing. You have to have your queen on c2 and your knight on b3 in order for this motif to work. And so king a2 forces you to either misplace your pieces or not get the knight on b3. You have to make one of the pieces not be able to get to its location. Knight wants this square, queen wants this square. The king's on a2, you have to either move one of the pieces out of its ideal square in order to get the position. You either play this and the knight doesn't get to b3, or you play this and the queen doesn't, you play check and then this and the queen doesn't get to c2, right? So you don't get everything anymore. Now, figuring out exactly why is, because it'll come with check, right? So king a2, the point is if you get queen f7 check and then you play, I don't know, king a1, knight b3, king b1. Now the difference here is that your queen can't come to c2 in one move. Big difference. In this position, the queen was on h7, which means you could play queen c2 immediately. Not possible anymore. In this position, queen h7, I play king a2. You don't have king c1. You don't have knight c1 check. This is not productive because it's not fast enough. I'm sure I have a check that like blocks or does something along those lines. Finding it is non-trivial, but I'm sure it exists. Again, avoiding the double check is kind of annoying, but... Although I guess in a lot of these positions, black isn't actually threatening anything. So, like, queen e3 might be sufficient. Do you have any meaningful discoveries? Queen e3 might be sufficient. Queen g3 and pick up a pawn. Queen g3 looks a little risky to me. I don't like keeping my queen that far away from my king. I feel like that's asking for trouble. But I feel like something like this is sufficient. I could be wrong, but... Now I'm threatening this, and I'm threatening to take the knight, right? And I don't think you have any double checks that do anything, because my queen is too close. Right? If I play queen g3 and take the pawn, if I get greedy, then I'm a little worried that I end up getting hit with like a knight c1. And like either some repetition or some weird series of checks. I don't want to have to deal with that. And this pawn can stay here for now. I just play queen e3. I'm threatening to take this and I'm threatening to take this. And I'm also threatening to take this. How do you defend everything? This double check doesn't do anything. I play king to a1, then check, then queen to b1, right? Or maybe king to b1 directly. Either or. Yeah, so this check I go king to b1 directly. Doesn't do anything. Actually, maybe I can't go king b1 directly, because then queen a2, king takes c1, check, up, takes... Yeah, okay, I can't play king b1 directly. I have to play king a1 first. And then if check, I go king to b1. And then, after king b1 there, if you play a check, then I go king a2 again, and you don't have your discovery anymore, and you can't bring the queen back because I'm threatening to take the knight. Yeah. Okay, so look. If I play this, let's say, something stupid, then, like, check... Okay, well, let's pretend it's not check. Let's play something that's not check. Just so I can prove my point. So in this position, knight c1, you can't play king b1, because then this happens, and I win the rook, right? Or I win the rook, or you have to deal with some more checks, which I wouldn't want to deal with. Looks like I win the rook. Or you get perpeted. Because you take, I go here, I win the rook. Okay? And so you have to go king a1. King a1, check. King b1, check. And now the difference is, if you go king a2, I can bring my queen in, and I'm threatening to double check again. Now my queen's closer. Versus, after queen e3, king a1 hangs mate. No. Oh yeah, king a1 hangs mate. Wait. Yeah. King a1 hangs mate, so you have to play king b1. Okay, well here you just go there, and my point still stands. The queen guards b3, which is the same idea. The idea remains the same. You just don't take the knight. You play king c2, and your queen over defends b3. My point was that defending the b3 square with queen is important because that's the square that black's always going to check you on. And even something like this doesn't work anymore because I have queen c3. So I'm pretty sure that's the point. The point is that the knight b3, queen on c2 structure is the way that really causes white a lot of problems. And so if you play king a2 first, then you avoid having that structure because both pieces can't make it to their ideal squares at the same time. That's my answer. Would I find that in a game? Absolutely not. But would I find it here? Yes. Queen c2. I played knight check first. Is that important? It looks like it is important. Why is it important? Okay, queen c2. Queen f4. Queen here. Queen f. I have queen f7. Okay, so it's queen c2 first. The idea is the same. Queen c2, knight b3. You can't stop them both. You can't stop them both. Versus king a2, where you could. King a2, queen c2. Queen e3 might be a move here too. I don't know if it is. I haven't calculated this far in advance. But... or just check. Yeah. Brutal. Yep, gotcha. Knight and queen combo is so annoying. I told you. I mentioned this earlier. I said this earlier. The knight and queen are known to have very strong synergy, and this is an example of that. See, now I have to play king a2, so he wasted a tempo, and that one tempo ended the game. Queen c8. What's the difference? What's the difference? Oh no, this is queen c. Okay, so the computer's just having a stroke. Yeah, computer's having a stroke. Okay. Queen and knight, man. Ooh. It's so hard to keep this up. Because look, you can't see it, but they have no time on the clock. They have like less than 10 minutes each. Play king and once to king too, because it seems like there's no difference. But then you blundered into a draw. Yeah, rook c7. So he managed to salvage it because Jan didn't play perfectly. But then rook c7 blundered the draw again. And then he blundered it, and then Jan messed up again. Wow. They drew in this position? What do you do here? What happened? Why? I mean, Fabi has 1 minute on the clock, but a minute's enough for this. Especially if it's tournament point. Let me explain. Okay, explain, because I don't get it at all. Something ain't right here. Just so y'all know, I'm closing the queue. That means everyone already in the queue still gets to play their game, just no one new can join it. Here we go. Bobby repeated because he wanted to gain time on the clock. We repeat too many times since he can't go queen a8 anymore, but doesn't have an advantage anymore. Gosh. No. That's tragic. So he just had to go queen e8 in this position and he was winning. Oh no. That's so sad. This is beyond brutal. This is a tier beyond. This is a tier past brutal. And this is like over. Poor Fabi, man. Goodness gracious. Yeah, and they played on, but pretty clearly a draw. Oh gosh, that's horrible, man. That's so tragic. Poor Fabi. If Void is still here, it's his turn. I don't think Void is still here. Oh, Void is here. Never mind. It's Void's turn. And then it's you, Saitos. I accidentally skipped Void earlier. Because I'm dumb. Okay. Void is here. See, you just say no, he's not here, and then that summons him immediately. Link? Okay, let's see what you got us. It better be upbeat. This is depressing. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for a chess game that sad. This game isn't that good, but it's okay. We'll take it. You came right after a candidate's game. There's no way you're going to come out looking good. Nothing personal, kid. Okay. Bishop e2 is a little passive. Why aren't we going to c4? Is there a reason? I can't see a reason. I don't like bishop e2 at all. Bishop e2 feels like a playing for the draw move. I don't like it. Okay. Castles, knight e5, knight d5, knight xe4. Okay. Just casually blundering a pawn. Epic. See, look, you end up playing bishop e2 to bishop e3. Knight cube in the center. This is true. Horse cube. Again, I'm still more offended by bishop e2 than I am blundering the pawn. I just hate bishop e2 as a matter of principle. This type of move disgusts me. It doesn't do anything. It's not, there's no reason this bishop's here instead of here. None. And so I don't like it. I don't like it. Like here, at least there was like a thought. You know, you blundered a pawn, but this knight's like doing something. It's an active piece, whatever. This I don't like it. Engine says it's okay. I don't care what the engine says. I don't like it. In this house, we play active chess. Forget the engine. You explain to me why this is good. Explain to me why this is better than c4. Or forget that. Explain to me why it's better than takes and then like d3. Which I don't think this is good. I don't like this either. But explain to me why it's better. Have you ever had any trolls contact your business email? Never had any trolls. I've had people give me offers I don't want, but I don't call that a troll. Never said it's better than bishop c4? Well, then stop trying to defend it. It's bad. I don't like it. Again, I'm not saying you should have played this either. I'm just saying like this is an option. And you played it in literally a second. You didn't think this through and think, yes, out of all the options I have in my bishop, this is definitely the best one. It just happened. I don't like it. That's not good. That's not how you play chess. Blunders happen. This shouldn't. This is a brain empty, no think move. Which is why it's offensive. Is not because it's bad, but because you're better than it.
It's mind-blowing how quickly everything can change.
Drops pretty heavily. That's my type of chess. What's your type of chess? Chess you don't understand? You're that stylistically. No. I don't accept it. Maybe knight a5 put him off. Okay, knight a5, then you go to e2. If you like knight e2, if you like bishop e2 so much, this knight's misplaced. If knight a5, you go bishop e2 now. And now, this knight's terrible. And so if he goes back, guess what? You're up a tempo. If you're up a tempo in this position, I'm happy with it. This is true, Saitos. Didn't even think about it, just let's... I know, because there's a second difference on the clock. Knight a5, if you don't want to trade the bishop. Again, something like bishop b3 is probably always also an option. Or a check. But you can just as easily just go bishop back to e2. What song is this? Oh yeah, that's I should probably have removed this one from the queue, but it's because it's like an intro to an album. Gets worse from here. Okay, blundered a pawn, sure. Sure.
You never think that you're going to be in a situation like this until you actually are. And then what can you do?
This isn't that bad. I mean,
Nobody can prepare you for it. It just comes.
Perchance. Don't you perchance me.
Pick up the pieces. You're left there to figure out what comes next.
Okay, d1. Okay, d8.
With a deep
c5.
breath, you slowly start pushing the rock back up the hill.
I'm not sure I agree with c5. Yeah, I don't agree with it. Don't give him the passers for no reason. There's no reason to allow this. Forget taking and sacking a pawn. That's suspicious too, but not as suspicious. I guess you could take here. I don't think there's any reason to give him these pawns. c5 because I forgot the knight protects the queen. You have 7 minutes on the clock. d5, b4, c6, a3. 7. 5. It's serious within the context, so. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if I would have taken that. Sure. I just feel like these... I don't know. This is an easy drop? Should be. But I don't trust anybody in this stream. It's like a game of Among Us. No. A3. Rook F1. A2. See what I mean? Still a draw, but... And the opponent blundered mate and won. Low-key, I totally would do an Among Us stream, but I would get -3 viewers. Let's go. I'm gonna keeping the rook on g4 is black king's force on force to stay on h8. What do you think? I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. The problem I think is he can play h5. So let's say you play king f2 to continue that idea. h5 probably happens at some point. Oh, not now, but like at some point. And then like, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but stuff like this happens. You have to think about it. I have a question. Why do I beat a 2000 easily but struggle against a 1300? If the 2000 it's me, because I'm bad. If the 2000 is not me, then it's because 1300s play more unexpected moves because they don't follow the general principles of chess. Oh, this is better? This is better than what? Sorry, I came into that with a bit of an aggressive energy. Showed up on my YouTube feed, felt weird. Hey, restream. What can I say? I am simply maxing out the grind set. Also, it wasn't that hard to set up. In theory, I can actually get a higher quality stream on YouTube because YouTube allows AV1 encoding. So I could actually make the stream on YouTube look slightly better, but for chess it doesn't matter a whole lot because I'm not exactly maxing out my bit rate, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't. The YouTube stream is literally identical to the Twitch stream as of right now. What can I say? You're probably subbed. I haven't used my my official Instagram page in a billion years. Do both at the same time? I'm literally am doing both at the same time. Again, I have an old laptop. My dad's old laptop from like 10 years ago, right? Nobody's using it for anything, so I have it running as like a mini little server. It's running Pi-hole to block ads on my entire network. It's running a little restream instance, so I send it a stream and it splits it off and sends it to both YouTube and Twitch. I could also have it send it off anywhere else arbitrarily. Hey, I think you would. I need to upload my TikTok. I need to get back into that. The exams killed me. In theory, I could send it arbitrarily many locations. So I could also send it off to like Kick and then TikTok and then Instagram and Facebook and whatever. I just haven't set those up. But it's also running on like some file backups. So it's pretty cool. I love like the recycling of old hardware. It makes me happy. Learned a lot from it. Okay, now it's... I forgot his name. Saitos' turn. Is the game we're seeing at least? Oh yeah, for sure. I just make fun, you know? Perfect, he just sent me a challenge. That person's friend request keeps spamming. I already said yes to that. Show me the Magnus... Oh, okay, we got a Grand Prix. Huh. Okay then. Yeah, game was worth seeing. I enjoyed it. The problem is I sometimes forget to have YouTube chat open, so if someone says something, I forget to mention and they leave. I'm trying to do a better job paying attention to it, but evidently I did not since I completely missed your message. How's the chess? Bad, per usual. Grand Prix Bishop B5 never seen? Because I'm not sure it's very challenging. Part of the point of the Grand Prix are playing for F5, and F5 is made stronger by this bishop constantly burying down and making it so the F-pawn's pinned. Do it. It's a random Roblox account named Alchemy Blockers. Is that you? No. Some random viewer who likely made it? Yeah, it's a random viewer. I have never played Roblox once in my life. I already have fan imitators. Let's go. I've made it. Well, sometimes you get curious. Mr. Callum? Night boy. Found a secret Roblox account, don't let him fool you. I've literally never played Roblox in my life. I'm too old for Roblox. I play Minecraft. Bye, Void. Roblox horror games are fun. I've actually played one of those, but I played it because it got ported to Steam, or rather itch.io, and it got good reviews there, so I tried it. I didn't care for it. Well, I know. I'm not like... I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of Roblox's business model. I've gotten conflicting information about it, so I'm not 100% sure, but... It's just filled with children? Oh yeah, I know. No. I just don't know why I would go to it. Roblox business decisions, I do question. The main reasons I don't play. I can see that. It's just, instead of Roblox, I would want to go to like itch.io and just look up random indie games and try and like download a few that are free and that people made. That's like their first or second video game ever, and then try them out. You find some interesting stuff that way. I thoroughly enjoy it as an experience. There's so much creativity out there. It's just an indie game store. And because it's very, very easy to upload games there, a lot of people who are very new to making games put their games on itch.io. You also have professional people put their games on itch.io. Like, a lot of popular indie games are there. Yeah, I don't want to play Valorant because I don't like the anti-cheat. And also because I don't like Epic Games. I have a lot of things I don't like in the gaming industry. But I respect it. So, I mean, just like yesterday, I found a game on itch.io that's like a game where you play as like an anthropomorphic otter or something, and you move to France and it's raining and you want to find a gift for your significant other when they come back from work, and so you go into a convenience store and the convenience store just has a bunch of like random objects and you talk to the person who works there about them, and has like a pretty art style and chill vibes. And it's like, it took me like an hour and a half to beat it. It wasn't long, but you know, it was pleasant. And I like playing stuff like that. It'd make brain release happy chemical. Levy, I'm sorry the queue's closed because it's pretty late. You know, or another game that I found, which is a game where the point is there are these like Eldritch abominations, like these giant monster type things, and the point is they're here, and your job is to translate what they're saying and try to talk to them in their language and to get them to go away. So you're trying. So for each one of the like abomination horror things, you have like a cheat sheet of what the different words mean, and you have to like generally guess about the grammatical structure of the language and try and communicate. Super cool. And like, I mean, that it again took me 2 hours to beat. Yeah, the queue is closed, Levy. Took me 2 hours to beat. Actually, it was no longer. That took me like 3. And it was simple. You could tell it was not a AAA game. You know, it was put together by one person who was experimenting, but it had a lot of heart. It had some interesting ideas. Oh gosh, I was never powerful enough for those games. Oh, Sue, isn't that like a tracking rhythm game? I've heard things about that. So like anything I get from one of those games like Roblox that's designed around like user-generated content, I feel like I would get that just from the random playing indie games. I've got so many random indie games that I want to play. I have like a list of 30 that I'm trying to get through. And then I have like some more popular games like Celeste that I've been told amazing things about, but have been avoiding because I tend to avoid things that I hear too many good things about, because what always happens is I hear amazing things about something, I don't like it, and then whenever I don't like it, I have to explain to everyone why I don't like it, and it's annoying. Happens pretty often. Because I have somewhat particular tastes. Like Dune 2. I didn't like Dune 2 at all. But now the problem is, everybody else liked Dune 2. So now, I have to explain to everybody why I don't like Dune 2. Favorite horror game? I don't play that many horror games. So, I've only played like 3. And of the 3 I've played, my favorite one is the one I'm currently working through, which is the Dead Space remake. But I played very, very few horror games. Trading off the bishop in this opening is a very suspicious plan. So the point of the Grand Prix is you're pushing this f5, and for that you kind of want the bishop on c4. Playing bishop b5 here is a little weird. Have you ever had a coach before? Nope. Self-taught. I've been told a few times that I ought to get a coach. It would help me improve very quickly, but finding one that's convenient and also the monetary aspect of it, complicated. So like this f5 is a very powerful idea, but it's much more threatening if you have a bishop that's bearing down on my king. As it stands, I kind of got more activity off of it than you did. The Grand Prix. Captions got it right. It's spelled Prix. Hey, bot. How's it kicking? I'm doing pretty well. Past 2 weeks I've been exhausted, but I'm actually starting to feel better, which is nice. I was just sick. I caught something. I had some friends visit from a ways away, and because, you know, airports are the ultimate place to get sicknesses, they brought something with them, and I had it. Is it good? I haven't heard of that one. Well, it's a remake of an Xbox 360 survival horror game. And it's very interesting. It's got a very unique approach to UI. And it's very graphically impressive because, you know, it came out like January of last year. It's got some problems, but I like it. I'm still fighting maths. I have an exam on the 25th. I just finished my exams last week. Well, for my midterms, right? My finals are still, you know, weeks away, but my midterms. And so far I've passed all of them. There's just one I don't know the answer about. I actually got a perfect score on my psych exam. Which, I mean, I did not expect that, but I'll take it. I think it's because there was a question that was like a multiple choice, and then I answered in a paragraph because I didn't like the question. Some professors like that, and some don't. So, I have to be careful. I have to make sure I read the room right, you know? Because some really like it, the show of initiative, when I give a longer answer because I don't like the question. And others find it annoying and will dock points for it. So you just have to know what kind of professor you're dealing with, right? Exert. I did see that. I am so excited. I want to. I'm so. We have an IMAX theater that's like a 2.5, 3 hour drive from where I live, and so we've gone in like every once in a while, like every 6 months or so, 3 months, 6 months, we'll go and see a movie in IMAX, right? No, I did not. I'm only 22. The first time I dropped was like 2014. That's why I'm so excited. It's my favorite movie ever. And so seeing it in IMAX, which is like the format it was designed for. Oh. I am very much looking forward to it. Honestly, it's so annoying because you've got that coming out in September, and then I think it's October, you've got Joker Folie à Deux. Played against a streamer. They thought I used stalkers, but you know, I don't know how I played that fast without blunders. I played against Gotham Chess a few times, and one of the times I played pretty well. I still lost, but I got accused by his chat of cheating. It's pretty funny. If I could book tickets now, I'd play the best seats. Same. Very excited. Love that movie. Other than maybe Blade Runner 2049, because I love that movie's visuals, I struggle to think of a movie I would want to see in IMAX more than Interstellar. Also, didn't you have a game you wanted me to see? You see Prisoners yet? No, I have not. There's a ton of shows I need to watch. I struggle to commit to a show, because, like, you know? Oh, no, wait, that was Prison Break. What's Prisoners? Yes, if you don't mind sending the link again, that'd be most convenient. Is it just called Prisoners, or is that a shortening? I've forgotten about it. I remember you mentioning something along those lines. Top 3 for sure. Well, that's high praise. Also, Bot, I just talked about this earlier, but you barely missed it. Back me up on this, okay? Dune 2, overrated. Yeah? Can we shake? Work with me? Okay, let's see what happened here. Sure. So far, so good. Just be a little careful about this pawn. Still fine, just be careful. See? Okay. Totally rational way of playing this position. So on the one hand, you have good central control, you have good development. On the other hand, you have a slightly suspicious pawn structure. But on the other hand, you have this nice pressure against this pawn. Rook a5, I actually kind of like that. a4. Bishop d7. I watched it in the cinema now, and I can't really say it's well rated. Dang it. Dang it. Well, never mind then. Bishop d7. Little passive, but I understand it. I'd almost rather play like f3. And then play bishop d7 if he decides to really commit. I didn't care for Dune 2 at all. I thought it was visually stunning. The score was great. The acting was hit or miss. And I felt like it just didn't have a story. Visuals, great lore, great storytelling. The acting was hit or miss. Zendaya, I didn't like Zendaya's performance at all. The mom, whose name I don't remember, I didn't care for her performance, even though I like her as an actress. And Christopher Walken as the Emperor was distracting. Everyone else did a fine job. Not even a great job sometimes. Okay. Ah, you're literally Paul Medina. Wait, really? I thought he did fine, but they were... This might be stupid. This might be stupid. But how did they all look like supermodels when they're supposed to be like desert-dwelling, constantly dehydrated rebels? Like, their hair was always perfect. Their skin was always perfect. Like, I swear you could tell Zendaya was wearing makeup. It was a little weird. That cannot have been just me, right? What do you mean good attention to detail? I feel like that's the point of the movie. It's called Dude. They're in the dudes. Again, this might just be a me thing. That was a little weird. But I don't get the storytelling thing. I liked the way it used visual storytelling to convey things. I did. I understand why it gets a lot of praise for that. But what story was there? There was 80% of the plot threads didn't go anywhere. It was a ton of the events were pointless. A ton of things just kind of existed. I feel like there was only like one plot thread that actually did anything in the entire movie. And that was the what's its face? The people who were currently in control of the spice when the movie started, that had the guy who's... Oh, really? That's actually super funny. Like, I know a few things about what happened in the Dune books, because I've heard some summaries of the first two, but I don't know. I don't get it. Like, what story? What happened? Like, a lot happened, but... Like, okay. Psychic fetus. I'm okay with you having a psychic fetus in your movie. I don't care. But, like, why did it exist? Anything about the song? That's kind of nice, actually. It's very relaxing. Like, have a psychic fetus in your movie. I don't care. But what purpose did it serve in the story? What did it do? Why did it exist? Literally just discovered it 5 minutes ago. Based. The tongue of the absent. Really don't understand what they meant by it. Okay, I actually might know what they mean. I actually think I might know what they mean. Because isn't the point of Dune that the entire prophecy was a plant by the nun ladies to make it so that if anyone ever like got trapped on that planet, they could trick the locals into thinking they were like God or whatever? I'm pretty sure that's a thing in Dune. So lisan al gaib being like tongue of the like the people who are absent. It's like it's like they're, you know, thing. I'm pretty sure that's a thing in Dune. Now, they didn't explain that in the movie at all. They briefly mentioned it. Never consume so much sand and not get filled up. I didn't even think about that because, honestly, for me, that's not what bothered me about the movie. Now, I imagine that, like, it just excretes sand from, like, its flaps. You know what I mean? Because it had, like, worm gills. And I felt like the sand just came out of those. You know what I mean? So it's like filter feeding, but instead of water, it's using sand. So like most of the sand just goes through, but it uses its teeth to like filter out things that it actually eats. Like a whale. That's how I imagined it. Then can't the people just get consumed, just swim with the sand? No, because it's like a whale. They filter feed, right? Again, I have no idea. I'm making this up. They filter feed. You can't swim through the water if a whale tries to eat you. You know, because you get filtered. And the sand gets through, but nothing else does. So if you're the size of a grain of sand, you could. But if you're any bigger, then you would get caught in the teeth. Right? Very solid opening play. I think you were a slight bit passive, but you're probably just blundered a piece of your shit. Maybe you're right. Good theory. Thank you. No, but like that sort of stuff, I thought the movie did fine at. I just, like, why? What was the point of the worms? Like, my question wasn't how did the worms filter feed the sand? That's a good question, but that just wasn't my question. My question was, what was the narrative purpose of the sandworms? If you took the sandworms out of the story, what would have changed? They would have needed to find it. They could have just nuked the capital. It didn't really, I mean, it would have slightly changed the final fight, but yeah. I mean, you're right. The scene was fire. It looked amazing. I saw Dune 2 in IMAX, and that scene was fantastic in IMAX. Like I said, the visuals, stellar. I love that director's visual style. I really do. But it feels a little shallow. That's what I mean. It felt like very much style over substance, but the movie acted like it was substance all the way. You know? So like it had the substance of like a Mad Max Fury Road, but it treated itself like Lord of the Rings. And so I struggled to engage with it. You know what I mean? Maybe Mad Max Fury Road is an extreme example, but you get my point. I hate how I got stabbed 2 times and somehow won. That bothered me a little. Didn't bother me. My dad was bothered by that much more than I was. But either way, I could take it or leave it. But that's what I mean. It felt like it had the narrative weight and like structure and like cohesion of a Mad Max Fury Road, or like a John Wick, or like just some action movie that exists to be an action movie. Which I love those movies. Don't get me wrong. This isn't a dig. But then it held itself like Lord of the Rings. And I guess it's a pet peeve of mine in movies and media in general when they hold themselves like something they're not. You know? Sounds like plot armor? It felt like plot. It was set up. Like the way he did it was set up earlier in the story. It was just a little clunky. So I wouldn't call it plot armor per se. This is just a really clean game. You played a completely reasonable opening, and your opponent blundered a piece, and then you executed him for it. You love to see it. I mean, this is just a good game of chess. I don't know. Again, it was a beautiful movie that had an amazing soundtrack. But like, okay. I mean, I guess I probably wouldn't have been as disappointed if I was expecting that going in. It's just everybody talks about the story of Dune. You know what I mean? And that was the case for this one too. Everyone talks about the story. I was like, I want to get something rich and engaging with deep themes. Yeah, okay. So, listen. I felt like he kept everything from the book. Maybe I haven't read the book, so I have no idea. Again, making this up. I've never read the book, but like it felt like he kept everything. You know, in Lord of the Rings, right? You have the king, Isildur, who at the beginning of the Lord of the Rings movies says no to throwing the ring in the lava. You know what I mean? That's the thing that happened in Lord of the Rings movies. In the books, that didn't happen. In the books, Isildur had a whole different history where he was a good king. He was never really corrupted by the ring. It's just no one in Middle Earth really knew what the heck it was. And he just died in a battle somewhere because the ring wanted him to die so it could free itself, and it fell into a river, you know? Whole thing. Now, that's a lot more complicated than that. I simplified it a lot. But there's a lot more story to Isildur and what happened with the ring in the books than there is in the movies. Now, Peter Jackson in the movies cut all that out and replaced it with something that is a lot simpler. I'm not going to call it better, but it's different. But I would say it serves the medium of film better, right? Again, I'm not going to call it better because it's neither here nor there, but it works better for making a movie. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, the love story felt like it was there just to exist. The psychic baby felt like it was there just to exist. The nukes felt like they were there just to exist. There's so many things. So many things. The nightmares felt like they were just there to exist. That's what I mean. The entire story, besides, like, not orcs, but the bald people. Because the psychic baby didn't do anything and was just weird. It just existed and had no narrative purpose whatsoever. It didn't do anything. And it wasn't even a psychic baby. It was a psychic fetus. It wasn't born yet, but it was still talking to people and like seeing the future. Which is like fine if it had a purpose. Otherwise, it was just really weird. What do you mean I'm so funny? You're right. It's not a psychic baby. It's a psychic fetus. I'm sorry. Incorrect, inaccurate description on my part. Call a spade a spade. It was a psychic fetus, not a psychic baby. But it's like, I mean, his sister. That's what I mean. It was like, again, if they did that for a reason and there was something there that they were really like thought through and they're like, this is the story we want to tell and this is what we're trying to say and we're trying to say something, it exists for a reason, I wouldn't have cared. I would have been totally down for it. Okay? But it was just there. It just existed. Hello, Rediska. It just existed. Oh yeah, I probably will. And it felt like the entire movie was that. Like, they talked about, oh, we need 2 hours to tell the story we want to tell in this movie. But then, nothing happened. Then there was like, out of the 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2 hours of it there was no story. There were just things that happened just so they could happen. They didn't contribute to anything. Maybe there's supposed to be a movie 3 and it's still set up, but in that case, it's just kind of almost boring. Yep, nope, that's real. Definitely real. So people love it. Random and brain rot is new trend, I suppose. But all my film nerd friends are saying they loved it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. And like, I'm not even saying random things happening, brain rot movies have to be bad. Again, I love Mad Max Fury Road. Thoroughly enjoyed that movie. Great time. But, you know, there was no pretending to be more. It knew exactly what it was trying to be. It did it. It did an excellent job. And it was great. Here for it. Like, what's another example of a movie that just kind of like... Or like a stinking, like a not a Fargo, but Snatch or something, you know? Fair enough. That's what another friend I have says. I say all these things I don't like my movies, like, yeah, that's true, yeah, that's true, yeah, that's true. I love the movie. Which, I mean, fair enough, I suppose. I respect it. Like Snatch, feels like a lot of things just happen. But it doesn't take itself too terribly seriously. You know? And so I could be here for it. But again, that's kind of... Right? Or like even like a Pulp Fiction or something. Which is, in my opinion, one of the better movies ever made, right? It's a bunch of things just happening, and they're like barely connected. Just like... But it does it, and it does a good job. But it doesn't pretend to be Lord of the Rings, you know? I think Tarantino would be greatly offended if you compared him to Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Psychic baby, psychic fetus. Not a psychic baby, a psychic fetus. It hadn't been born yet. The army is still not clippable to make that one. We can nuke the place and not need the army. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know, man. And like, I would have been okay with that if that was like a statement about, oh, something nukes replacing armies, religion, and its relation to technology. There's gonna be new things. How do we know it's psychic? Because it was talking to people and predicting the future. It was psychically communicating and could see the future. And we got like close-up shots of it. I'm not making this up, I swear. Even I feel like I'm making it up. But I swear I'm not. And the best part, it wasn't plot relevant at all. Like, not even a little. So, you'll have that, like, completely bizarre thing, and then it doesn't do anything. Everything Everywhere All at Once had a bunch of like bizarre, like what the heck just happened things that were happening in the movie at any given moment, but it was part of the movie, so I was down. Like, okay, let's do it. Nice. How do I answer this? So, I'll just say this, which is a non-answer, but let's go. I strongly disagree with the way the psychic fetus debate is handled in the US, because I feel like regardless of your stance on it, you should realize it's a lot more complicated of an issue. And for example, by and large, I think the statistics show that during democratic... When a Democrat is in office, the number of psychic fetuses murder goes down. And that's because single mothers or potential mothers have much better support. And so the fact that this debate is, especially by Christians in the West, about the morality of it and not about supporting those who need it is, to me, insane. Yeah, no, Exertix. I'm okay with that. You can do like, now Everything Everywhere All at Once had more of a story. It had like a narrative, and the random stuff was part of that narrative. Right? And so that movie did it well because it was like there was a point to it. It had a reason to exist. And the reason to exist can be funny. I don't mind reason to exist being comedy, but the Dune wasn't trying to be comedic. The psychic fetus was played completely straight-faced. The entire movie. There was not a single, like, attempted joke about it. Which is fine. I didn't need to make a joke about it, but I needed to do something. Like anything. Waiting their turn until the game is finished. This is true. I'm pretty sure on the App Store, there's a version of chess that doesn't require people to take turns. People just play moves. Like Nerds. Like, what Nerds is for solitaire, that app is for chess. First come, first serve, baby. Anyway, I have to go to bed, so I'm rating Thinker Teacher. We got way off track, but welcome to the Alchemy and Blobfish chess adjacent channel, where we discuss philosophy and film as much as we discuss chess. Build exotic videos? Exotic. I see. Interesting. Well, have a great night. Great first stream. See ya. See ya. I'm glad you enjoyed it. See y'all Wednesday.
Watching the VOD.